1977. Hilarious History to Fall Asleep. The Great Bell-Bottomed Pilgrimage by Mark Twain. Copyright 2026. James Henderson. Chapter 1. The arrival of the Disco Inferno, in which I discover that hell is not fire and brimstone, but a lit floor and a Bee Gees record. The history of the human race is, by and large, a history of people trying very hard to look like they aren't worried about the rent while simultaneously wearing things that would make a court jester resign out of professional embarrassment. In the year of our Lord 1877, we had the Gilded Age, which was a fine, sturdy sort of corruption involving railroads and politicians who stayed bought. But 1977, now, that was the Glittered Age. It was a time when the American people, having survived a revolution, a civil war, and the invention of the canned ham, decided with one collective voice to lose their absolute ever-loving minds in the pursuit of a thing called disco. I have spent a considerable amount of time contemplating the hereafter, mostly because, at my age, the here is starting to creak, and the after is looking increasingly like a well-earned nap. I had always been told by various men of the cloth that the great below was a place of eternal flames and weeping. They were half right. They simply neglected to mention that the flames would be powered by neon tubes beneath a plexiglass floor, and the weeping would be done by anyone with a functional ear for melody. I found myself standing at the threshold of a cavernous establishment in New York City that went by the name of an Odyssey, though I suspect Homer would have preferred the Cyclops' cave to the sensory assault I was about to endure. The air was thick with a scent that can only be described as a mixture of cheap cologne, desperation, and the smell of a dry-cleaning fluid spill. Upon entering, I was immediately struck by the lighting. It was not the steady, honest glow of a kerosene lamp or even the polite hum of an Edison bulb. No, these lights flashed with a frantic, stuttering violence that seemed designed to induce a fit in a stone statue. It was as if the sun had been shattered into 1,000 jagged pieces and then forced to dance against its will. And then there was the music. In my day, music was a thing that invited you to sit a spell or perhaps tap a toe if you were feeling particularly reckless. This music did not invite. It subpoenaed. It consisted of a mechanical thumping beat, thump, 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 that felt like being poked in the solar plexus by a very persistent and very rhythmic ghost. Over this thumping came the voices of three brothers known as the Bee Gees. I am told they are human men, though the pitch of their singing suggests they had recently been involved in a tragic accident involving a bicycle crossbar and a high fence. They sang in a register that only dogs and certain types of high-strung glassware could truly appreciate. They sang about staying alive, which, given the volume of the room, seemed less like a statement of fact and more like a desperate prayer. The uniform of the damned. I observed the inhabitants of this strange underworld. The men were dressed in what they called leisure suits. Now, I have always believed that leisure is a noble pursuit, best performed in a hammock with a cold glass of something medicinal. But these suits were made of a substance called polyester, a material that is to cotton what a politician's promise is to the truth. It was a fabric that did not breathe, did not wrinkle, and likely would not decompose if buried in the earth for 1,000 years. The trousers were the most peculiar feature. They were cinched tight at the waist and thigh, tight enough to reveal a man's religious affiliation and his thoughts on the upcoming election, only to explode at the ankles into a great flapping sail known as a bell-bottom. It is my firm belief that if a stiff breeze had caught a room full of disco dancers at the right moment, the entire population of Manhattan would have been swept out into the Atlantic and deposited somewhere near the Azores. The shirts were unbuttoned nearly to the navel, revealing a vast expanse of chest hair and gold chains. This was, I was informed, the macho look. It seemed to me that if a man has to wear a gold medallion the size of a dinner plate to prove his masculinity, he is perhaps protesting a bit too much. He looked less like a conqueror of the dance floor and more like a very expensive, very hairy Christmas ornament. The women, on the other hand, were draped in shimmering fabrics that caught the strobe lights until they resembled mechanical trout leaping in a digital stream. They wore shoes with soles 4 inches thick, platform shoes, they called them. I watched one young lady attempt to traverse the room and marveled at her bravery. It was like watching a giraffe try to walk on stilts through a hall of mirrors. One false move, and she would have suffered a broken ankle and a shattered dignity, yet she persevered with a grim determination that would have served her well at the Battle of Gettysburg. The ritual of the hustle. I leaned against a wall, which was also, for some reason, covered in silver foil, and watched the dancing. In the old days, a dance was a social contract. You took a partner, you moved in a circle, and you occasionally exchanged a pleasantry about the weather. In 1977, the dance was a solitary madness. There was a thing called the hustle. It involved a series of synchronized steps, claps, and finger pointings that everyone seemed to know by some form of dark telepathic instinct. They would all turn at once, clap at once, and point toward the ceiling at once, as if they were all being controlled by a single, unseen puppeteer with a very limited imagination. I asked a young man near the bar, who was sweating profusely and appeared to be vibrating, what the purpose of the pointing was. "It's the vibe, man," he yelled over the screeching of the high-pitched brothers. "You just gotta feel the fever." "I have had the fever," I yelled back. It was in '84. It required a week of bed rest and a poultice of mustard and vinegar. It is not generally something one seeks out on a Saturday night. He looked at me as if I were a ghost, which in a way I suppose I was, and wandered off to join a line of people shuffling their feet in a manner that suggested they were trying to grind a very large invisible beetle into the floor. The mirror ball philosophy. High above this scene of polyester-clad carnage hung the mirror ball. It is the great deity of the disco. It is a sphere covered in tiny mirrors that spin slowly, casting little flecks of light across the room. It is a perfect metaphor for the year 1977. It is shiny, it is hollow, it moves in circles, and it makes everyone in the room look like they are covered in ants. I realized then that disco was not merely a genre of music. It was a defense mechanism. The world outside was a muddle. There were lines for gasoline, the dollar was shrinking faster than a cheap shirt in the rain, and the city was plagued by a darkness that made people act like Vikings on a weekend bender. So the people fled indoors. They put on their shiny shoes, they lacquered their hair until it was hard enough to deflect a musket ball, and they danced. They danced to forget that the 20th century was becoming increasingly complicated. They danced because if you move fast enough under a strobe light, nobody can see that you're worried. It was a magnificent, hilarious, and entirely absurd spectacle. As I made my way toward the exit, pausing only to avoid being struck by a flying bell-bottom, I felt a strange sense of admiration. It takes a remarkable amount of courage to look that ridiculous in public. I walked out into the cool New York night, the thump, thump, thump still echoing in my bones. The air outside was quiet, the stars were still, and for the first time in an hour, I could hear myself think. I thought about the Bee Gees. I thought about the pet rocks I had seen in the shop windows. I thought about the sheer, unadulterated gall of a year that could produce both the Concorde jet and the leisure suit. "Well," I said to a passing stray cat, which looked remarkably like it was also wearing a coat of polyester. Chapter 2. The Atari 2600, The Dawn of Digital Domesticity, or the Art of Being Bored Interactively. In the simpler, sturdier days of the 19th century, if a youth found himself burdened with a surplus of time and a deficit of imagination, he was expected to seek out his entertainment in the natural world. He might engage in a game of marbles, roll a hoop with a stick, or perhaps wander down to the river to see if any particularly gullible fish were interested in a theological debate regarding a worm. If he were feeling truly ambitious, he might sit by a dying campfire and listen to a veteran of the Mexican War tell lies of such magnificent proportions that they reached a state of artistic grace. It was a physical, tangible world where boredom was a catalyst for movement and trouble was something you had to go out and look for. But in the year of our Lord 1977, the American home was invaded by a wooden-paneled box that promised to change the very nature of human existence. It was called the Atari Video Computer System, later known to the world as the 2600. It was a machine that allowed a man to turn his expensive, state-of-the-art color television, a device intended for the viewing of news, weather, and the occasional drama about a bionic detective, into a glowing canvas for moving a single, jagged rectangle across the screen in pursuit of another, slightly smaller rectangle. The architecture of the faux walnut altar. The first thing one notices about the Atari 2600 is its appearance. In 1977, there was a national decree, apparently issued by a council of high-level sorcerers, that every piece of modern technology must be encased in fake wood-grain plastic. I have seen the great forests of the Sierras, and I have seen the polished mahogany of a Mississippi gambling hall, but never have I seen a wood as defiant of nature as the walnut finish on an Atari. It is a substance that was clearly birthed in an oil refinery and then persuaded, through threats and chemical coercion, to adopt a pattern of swirls that vaguely resembled a tree. It was as if the designers wanted to reassure the public. Fear not! This alien technology is actually just a small, very square log that has been hollowed out and filled with lightning. On the front of the machine sat a row of silver switches that required a level of physical force usually reserved for the lever of a cotton gin. To turn the machine on was an act of commitment. You flipped the switch, the television emitted a static-filled groan, and suddenly the living room was no longer a place of conversation. It was a digital arena. The joystick, a primitive appendage. To communicate with this wooden box, one was provided with a joystick. It consisted of a square base, a single black stick that moved with the grace of a rusty gate hinge, and a solitary red button that felt as though it were made of compressed disappointment. In my day, if you wanted to control a thing, you used your hands, your feet, and a fair amount of colorful language. But the Atari required a new kind of manual dexterity. I watched a young lad, a fellow who couldn't be bothered to clear the dinner table or tie his own shoes, clutching this joystick with a grip that would have crushed a walnut. He was hunched over, his tongue protruding from the corner of his mouth, his eyes fixed on the screen with a visionary intensity that would have shamed a desert hermit. "Son," I asked, "are you currently piloting a steamship through a fog, or are you attempting to communicate with the spirits of the departed?" "I'm playing combat, Pops," he hissed, not daring to blink. "I've got the invisible tanks. If I hit the wall, I bounce." I looked at the screen. Combat, it seemed, consisted of 2 green blocks and 2 gray blocks. They moved with a jerky, spasmodic gait, and every few seconds one would emit a white dot that traveled across the screen at the speed of a tired snail. When the dot hit a block, the television made a sound like a mechanical cricket suffering from a severe bout of hiccups. Bleep, bloop, and the block would disappear. This was the thrill of 1977. We had sent men to the moon using computers the size of a barn, and we had finally distilled that technology into a form that allowed us to blow up a gray square in the comfort of our own armchairs. The theology of Pong. But the true center of the Atari religion was a game called Pong. Now, I have seen tennis played on the lawns of Newport, and I have seen the frantic exertion of the handball court. Pong is none of these things. It is tennis stripped of its dignity, its grass, and its physical reality. It consists of 2 white lines, the paddles, and a single white square, the ball. The ball moves back and forth, bip, bap, and the players move their lines up and down to prevent the ball from passing them. There is no wind, there is no sweat, there is no sound other than the rhythmic digital tink of the square hitting the line. I asked a gentleman who was currently engaged in a heated match of Pong against his own wife what the attraction was. "It's the competition, Mark," he cried. "It's the interactive element. I'm in control of the television. I'm not just watching a show, I'm making the show." And what a show it is, I noted. A white square moving in a straight line. I have seen more dramatic action in a bowl of soup. If this is the making of a show, I fear for the future of the playwright. Shakespeare would have a difficult time fitting a soliloquy between those bips and baps. The ritual of the cartridge, the holy breath. The Atari was powered by cartridges, small black plastic slabs that contained the brains of the game. These cartridges were temperamental creatures. Occasionally, you would jam one into the machine, flip the silver switch, and be met with a screen full of jagged multicolored lines that looked like a kaleidoscope had been fed through a meat grinder. In 1977, we discovered a miraculous cure for this technological ailment, the blow. The player would remove the cartridge, take a deep breath, and blow a vigorous gust of air into the bottom of the plastic box, as if they were trying to extinguish a very stubborn birthday candle. They would then reinsert the cartridge with a prayer, and 9 times out of 10, the combat tanks would return to their blocky glory. It is my firm belief that the Atari breath is the first example of human beings attempting to use a primitive, biological solution to fix a digital problem. We treated the machine not as a piece of electronics, but as a dusty flute that needed to be cleared before it would play its digital tune. The rise of the Atari thumb. By the autumn of 1977, a new medical condition was sweeping the nation, the Atari thumb. It was a localized inflammation of the thumb joint, caused by the repetitive pressing of that solitary red button. I saw young men with their thumbs wrapped in bandages, looking like veterans of a very small, very specific war. They were proud of their injuries. They were the casualties of the air-sea battle. "I did 4 hours of space war last night," one lad boasted, showing off a blister the size of a nickel. The Red Baron didn't stand a chance. "And what did you gain for this sacrifice?" I asked. "Have you earned a medal? Have you secured the safety of the Republic? Have you even learned how to spell space war?" "I got the high score," he replied, his eyes glazing over as he reached for the joystick again. "The numbers turned red. That means I'm the best." It was a magnificent, terrifying realization. We had created a world where a man's worth was determined by a series of glowing digits on a television screen, a score that vanished the moment you turned off the power. We were working harder for a digital ghost than we ever did for a real employer. The philosophy of the flickering square. As I sat in a darkened living room in late '77, watching a group of people sit in absolute silence while they moved a square around a screen, I realized that the Atari was more than a toy. It was a paradigm shift. We were no longer a nation of observers. We were becoming a nation of controllers. We wanted to be in the driver's seat of our own boredom. We didn't want to hear a story. We wanted to be the story, even if that story only involved avoiding a blocky pitfall or shooting a digital duck. The Atari 2600 was the first step toward a future where the human race would spend its days staring into glowing boxes, twitching its thumbs, and forgetting that there is a world outside that doesn't run on fake wood grain and blowing on cartridges. It was the birth of the gamer, a new species of human that prefers a bleep to a conversation and a high score to a sunset. "Well," I said to the wooden box as it hummed its sinister digital hum, "you've done it. You've brought the circus into the parlor, and you've made it so small and so addictive that we'll never want to leave. I suppose the next thing you'll tell me is that we'll all be carrying these things in our pockets and using them to argue with strangers across the globe." The Atari didn't answer. It just moved the white square to the left. Bip! I stood up, my knees creaking with the weight of a century that was moving far too fast for my liking. I walked out onto the porch, where the moon was shining with a steady, non-pixelated light. It didn't bleep, it didn't bloop, and it didn't require me to blow on it to keep it in the sky. It was perfectly, wonderfully analog. And as I sat there listening to the crickets, who, I might add, have much better rhythm than a 2600, I felt a pang of pity for the generation that would grow up with a joystick in its hand. They would have the high scores, but they'd never know the thrill of a real marble hitting a real hoop in the real mud. But then again, in 1977, real was becoming a very expensive and very rare commodity. Next, I shall turn my attention to the peanut in the White House. If the Atari was the king of the living room, Jimmy Carter was the king of the country. And I suspect both of them spent a fair amount of time wondering why the score wasn't higher. Chapter 3. The Peanut in the White House. My observations on a president who is far too honest for the profession he has chosen. It has been said that the office of the presidency is a lofty peak, a summit where the air is thin and the morals are thinner. Throughout our history, we have seen men ascend that mountain through various means, some by way of the battlefield, some by way of the law books, and a good many by way of the back alley and the stuffed ballot box. We have had generals who could command an army but couldn't manage a checking account, and we have had scholars who could recite the Constitution in Greek but couldn't find the kitchen in their own homes. But in the year of our Lord 1977, the American people did something truly revolutionary and perhaps a bit reckless. They looked across the landscape of our great nation, past the smoke-filled rooms of Washington and the marble halls of power, and they selected a man whose primary qualification was that he was an expert in the cultivation of the goober pea. I am speaking, of course, of Mr. James Earl Carter, a gentleman from Georgia who arrived in our nation's capital with a suitcase full of peanuts, a smile that contained more teeth than a piano keyboard, and a promise that struck terror into the hearts of every professional politician from Maine to California. He looked the American public square in the eye and said, "I will never lie to you." The danger of truth in government. Now, to a man of my vintage, a politician promising never to lie is like a cat promising never to look at a canary with a certain glint in its eye. It is an unnatural state of affairs. Lying is the very grease that keeps the machinery of government from seizing up and melting into a puddle of useless iron. A lie, properly placed, can prevent a war, pass a tax bill, or at the very least, allow a congressman to get home in time for dinner without having to explain where the campaign funds went. To introduce absolute unvarnished honesty into the White House is like introducing a Baptist choir into a waterfront saloon. It's noble in theory, but it's going to ruin everyone's fun and likely end in a riot. I watched Mr. Carter's inauguration with a mixture of fascination and dread. Most presidents arrive at their swearing-in like Roman emperors, ensconced in armored carriages and surrounded by a phalanx of men in dark glasses who look as though they've never laughed in their lives. But not James Earl. After he had taken the oath, he stepped out of his limousine and began to walk. He walked down Pennsylvania Avenue like a man heading to the post office to check on a seed catalog. He held his wife's hand. He waved at the crowds. He looked dangerously like a human being. The Secret Service agents surrounding him looked as though they were having collective heart palpitations. Their job is to protect the president from the public. But here was a president who seemed to think the public were his neighbors from down the road. It was a terrifying display of humility. In Washington, humility is regarded as a contagious disease, and Mr. Carter was walking through the streets like a man trying to start an epidemic. The theology of the legume. One cannot discuss Mr. Carter without discussing the peanut. In 1977, the peanut became more than just a snack for elephants and small children. It became a national symbol. We had peanut buttons, peanut posters, and in his hometown of Plains, Georgia, they erected a statue of a peanut that stood 13 feet tall and possessed the president's own unmistakable grin. I have spent some time in the company of peanuts. They are a humble crop. They grow underground. They require a great deal of patience, and they are generally found in the company of salt and beer. To elevate the peanut to a position of political significance was a stroke of branding that would have made a patent medicine salesman weep with envy. It told the American people, I am one of you. I have dirt under my fingernails. I understand the price of fertilizer and the cruelty of the boll weevil. And the people, still nursing a collective hangover from the scandals of the previous administration, a business involving tape recorders and a hotel called the Watergate, which I shall not dwell upon, as it is too depressing for a Saturday, found this agrarian simplicity refreshing. They wanted a man who prayed in public and farmed in private. They wanted a Sunday school teacher to lead them out of the wilderness. The trouble with Sunday school teachers, however, is that they tend to have a very firm grasp on the concept of sin, and Mr. Carter was no exception. The Playboy incident, a study in mental adultery. Shortly before the election, Mr. Carter sat down for an interview with a publication called Playboy. Now, for those of you listening to this in a more enlightened age, Playboy was a magazine that men claimed to read for the articles, while the pages were actually filled with photographs of ladies who had apparently misplaced their wardrobes. In this interview, Mr. Carter, in a fit of that aforementioned honesty, confessed that he had committed adultery in his heart many times. When I read this, I had to sit down and fan myself with my hat. Here was a man running for the highest office in the land, voluntarily informing the world that his thoughts occasionally wandered into territories that would make a deacon blush. In my day, if a man had lustful thoughts, he kept them where they belonged, locked in a dark cupboard in the back of his mind, right next to his secret opinion of his mother-in-law. He certainly didn't tell a magazine editor about them. The public reaction was a marvel of hypocrisy. Half the country was outraged that a president would admit to having a pulse, and the other half was outraged that he was thinking about things he wasn't doing. But to me, it was the ultimate proof of his honesty. A dishonest man would have claimed he never thought of anything but the gross national product and the occasional hymn. An honest man admits that even while he is thinking about the national debt, a small part of his brain is wondering about the lady in the front row with the remarkable hat. It was snarky, it was hilarious, and it was entirely unnecessary. It was Jimmy Carter in a nutshell, or more accurately, a peanut shell. The fireside sweater. As the winter of '77 set in, the new president decided to address the nation on the subject of the energy crisis. We were running out of oil, or so we were told, and the price of heating a home was beginning to rival the price of a small European principality. Most leaders would have stood before a podium in a three-piece suit and demanded that the oil companies be investigated. Mr. Carter did something different. He sat in a chair by a fireplace, wearing a cardigan sweater. It was a beige, woolly affair that looked like it had been knitted by a well-meaning aunt who didn't quite understand the concept of style. He told us to turn down our thermostats to 68 degrees and to put on a sweater of our own. The American people, who had spent the last 30 years becoming accustomed to living in homes that were kept at the temperature of a tropical orchid nursery, were not amused. We like our leaders to tell us that we can have everything we want without any sacrifice. We want the moon on a silver platter and we want it delivered by noon. To have a man in a cardigan tell us to shiver for the good of the country was a bit like having your father tell you that you couldn't have dessert because the neighbor's cow was sick. It was sensible, it was frugal, and it was deeply, profoundly unpopular. The verdict of the gilded peanut. By the time the cherry blossoms began to bloom in Washington that year, the honeymoon was beginning to show signs of strain. The politicians in Congress had realized that you couldn't shuck a president like a piece of corn, and the president had realized that the Washington swamp was filled with alligators that didn't care much for Sunday school lessons. I watched him from my perch in the gallery of history. He was a good man, perhaps too good for the job. He wanted to fix the world with logic and kindness, while the world was busy trying to find a way to dance the hustle without tripping over its own feet. He was the anti-disco president. While the rest of the country was putting on glitter and platform shoes, he was putting on a cardigan and talking about human rights. It was a clash of civilizations. On one side, you had the Bee Gees and the pet rock. On the other, you had a man who sincerely believed that if you told the truth would set you free. I suspect the truth did set him free eventually. Free to go back to Georgia and build houses for the poor, which is a much more honest way to spend a Tuesday than arguing with a senator from Ohio. But for one shining absurd moment in 1977, we had a peanut farmer in the Oval Office. And every time I saw that 13-foot grinning peanut in planes, I couldn't help but think that the joke was on us. We asked for an honest man, and heaven help us, we actually got one. We spent the rest of the year trying to figure out how to get him to tell us a comforting lie so we could all go back to sleep. Next, I believe I shall investigate the strange religious fervor surrounding a film about a farm boy in space and a giant walking carpet. If you think a peanut farmer is an unlikely hero, you haven't met a Wookiee. Chapter 4. A religious experience in a cinema queue concerning the strange cult of the Star War and the worship of golden robots. In the late spring of 1977, a peculiar madness descended upon the American Republic. It did not arrive with the thunder of cannons or the frantic ringing of church bells, though it eventually inspired a level of devotion that would make a medieval monk look like a casual Sunday golfer. No, this particular lunacy began with people standing in lines so long and so persistent that they appeared to have been drawn by a surveyor with a permanent grudge against the concept of a quick afternoon. I have seen pilgrimages in my time. I have seen the faithful trek to the banks of the Ganges, and I have seen the hopeful flock to the foot of a politician's podium, in the vain belief that he might actually fulfill a campaign promise. But never, in all my wanderings, have I seen anything to rival the sight of 3,000 grown men in polyester trousers standing in the sweltering heat of a May afternoon for the privilege of sitting in a dark room to watch a Star War. Naturally, as a man whose curiosity is only surpassed by my suspicion of any crowd exceeding 5 people, I felt compelled to investigate. I approached a young man in the queue who appeared to have been there since the early Paleozoic era. He was wearing a shirt adorned with a picture of a giant bipedal dog and was clutching a plastic tube that glowed with a faint, sickly light. "Young sir," I said, tipping my hat, "pray tell me, Is there a distribution of free gold behind those theater doors? Or perhaps a miraculous cure for the common cold? He looked at me with the glazed, visionary eyes of a man who has seen the promised land and found it was made of celluloid. "It's not just a movie, man," he whispered, his voice cracking with a religious fervor. "It's a galaxy far, far away. It's the Force. You gotta see it to believe it." "The Force?" I inquired. "Is that a new brand of patent medicine? Does it cure the gout?" "No," he replied, shaking his head. "It's what binds the universe together. It's light and dark. It's space, man." I thanked him and moved on, concluding that the Force was likely a sophisticated term for the sheer, unadulterated willpower required to stand on a sidewalk for 6 hours without a chair. The Tabernacle of the Silver Screen. When I finally secured a seat, a feat that required more negotiation than the Treaty of Versailles, the lights dimmed and the congregation fell into a hush so profound you could have heard a gnat sneeze in the back row. Then, with a roar of trumpets that sounded like the Archangel Gabriel had taken up the trombone, the words "Star Wars" exploded onto the screen. What followed was a spectacle of such prodigious proportions that it nearly jarred my spectacles loose. We were treated to the sight of a giant ship, longer than a Missouri riverboat and considerably more expensive to maintain, chasing a smaller ship through the vacuum of space. I was immediately struck by a scientific curiosity. How is it that in the vacuum of space, where there is no air to carry a vibration, every explosion sounds like a freight train colliding with a dynamite factory? But I quickly realized that in the realm of the Star War, the laws of physics are merely suggestions, much like the speed limit signs on a country road. The story, stripped of its glowing swords and mechanical gadgets, was a familiar one. It concerned a young farm boy named Luke Skywalker, a lad with the innocent face of a Sunday school teacher and the haircut of a man who had been caught in a ceiling fan. He lived on a planet made entirely of sand, which seemed to me a very poor choice for a real estate investment, and he spent his days dreaming of adventure. He was joined by an old man named Ben Kenobi, who dressed in the robes of a desert hermit and spoke in the riddles of a philosopher who had spent far too much time in the sun. This Kenobi fellow was the high priest of the Force, and he spent most of his time telling Luke to trust his feelings. In my experience, trusting one's feelings is a quick way to end up in a bad marriage or a worse investment. But in a Star War, it is the key to saving the universe. The Metal Butler and the Whistling Trash Can. The most remarkable characters, however, were not the humans at all, but a pair of mechanical contraptions known as droids. The first was a gentleman named C-3PO, a creature made entirely of gold-plated brass who possessed the temperament of a nervous Victorian butler. He spent the entire film worrying about his circuits and lamenting the hopelessness of their situation. He was, in essence, the perfect representation of the modern bureaucrat, shiny, expensive, and perpetually terrified of making a decision. The second was a small cylindrical fellow called R2-D2, who looked remarkably like a kitchen trash can that had been outfitted with a variety of Swiss Army knives and a whistle. He did not speak English, but rather communicated in a series of beeps and boops that seemed to imply he was far more intelligent than anyone else in the room. I liked him immediately. He was the only character who didn't feel the need to give a speech about his destiny. He simply got on with the business of fixing the spaceship and hacking into the enemy's computers, which is more than you can say for most congressmen. The man in the iron mask. Every great religion requires a devil, and the Star Wars cult found its Satan in a gentleman known as Darth Vader. He was a towering figure dressed entirely in black leather, wearing a mask that looked like a coal bucket, and breathing with a heavy mechanical wheeze that suggested he was in desperate need of an iron lung or a very strong cough drop. Lord Vader possessed the ability to choke people from across the room simply by pinching his fingers in the air. This is a skill I have often wished I possessed, particularly during long-winded dinner parties or when dealing with an uncooperative editor. He was the commander of the Death Star, a celestial body about the size of a small moon that was designed for the sole purpose of blowing up other planets. It seemed a bit excessive to me. If you have a disagreement with a neighbor, you might sue them or perhaps throw a brick through their window. You don't generally vaporize their entire world, but that is the Star Wars for you. Everything is done on a scale that would make a Texas rancher feel modest. The Gospel of Han Solo. Midway through the tale, we encountered a character who felt like a breath of fresh air from the Mississippi. His name was Han Solo, and he was a space pirate, a smuggler, and a man who clearly didn't believe in the Force any more than I believe in the curative powers of a magnetic liver pad. He had a ship called the Millennium Falcon, which he claimed was the fastest hunk of junk in the galaxy. He was accompanied by a co-pilot named Chewbacca, a 7-foot-tall walking rug, who spoke in a series of guttural moans that sounded like a grizzly bear with a head cold. Solo was a man of action and a man of profit. He didn't care about destiny or the balance of the universe. He cared about getting paid. He was the only person in the film who seemed to realize that being shot at by a giant moon laser is a very good reason to be somewhere else. Naturally, the audience loved him. We always love the scoundrel who pretends he doesn't care right up until the moment he saves the day and proves he has a heart of gold beneath his leather vest. The final conflagration. The climax of the film involved a frantic battle in the trenches of the Death Star. It was a dizzying array of flashing lights, screaming engines, and green fire. Our young hero Luke was told to use the Force rather than his targeting computer. Now, if I were flying a multi-million-dollar spacecraft toward a target the size of a postage stamp, I think I would prefer the computer to my feelings. But this is a Star Wars, where faith is more powerful than technology. Luke closed his eyes, let the Force guide him, and fired his torpedoes into a vent that led directly to the Death Star's internal combustion engine, which for some reason had been left entirely unprotected. The moon-sized station exploded in a fireball that must have been visible from the next 3 galaxies over. The theater erupted in a roar of approval that nearly shook the popcorn out of my lap. The devil had been defeated. The farm boy had become a hero, and the golden butler was still complaining. The aftermath. The true Force. As I emerged from the theater, squinting in the afternoon sun, I realized that I had witnessed the birth of a new American institution. People were not merely walking away, they were transformed. They were talking about Jedi Knights and lightsabers, as if they were historical facts. But the true Force was revealed in the weeks that followed. It was the force of merchandising. Suddenly, you could not walk into a store without being confronted by plastic versions of the characters I had just seen. There were Star Wars action figures, Star Wars bed sheets, Star Wars lunchboxes, and even a Star Wars brand of breakfast cereal that likely tasted like sweetened cardboard. The swindle was complete. George Lucas, the mastermind behind this cosmic circus, had managed to do what the alchemists of old could only dream of. He had turned a child's imagination into literal gold. He didn't just sell a movie, he sold a world. He sold the idea that any boy, no matter how humble his beginnings, could be a prince of the stars, provided his parents had enough money to buy him the plastic sword. I looked at the long line still snaking around the block. There were the same hopeful faces, the same plastic tubes, the same yearning for a galaxy far, far away. Well, I said to myself, it's a grand show, and no mistake. It's got heroes, it's got villains, and it's got a whistling trash can. What more could a man ask for? I walked home, wondering if I could find a force that would help me find my spectacles when I misplaced them, but I suspect that even Ben Kenobi would have his limits. Some miracles are simply beyond the reach of a galaxy far, far away. They require the intervention of a wife who knows exactly where you left them. Next, I think I shall take a look at the Leisure Suit tragedy. If the Star War is the peak of our imagination, the Leisure Suit is surely the valley of our fashion. It's time to find out why every man in America decided to dress like a powder blue marshmallow. Chapter 5. The Leisure Suit Tragedy. Why a man should never wear a garment that feels like it was harvested from a plastic bottle. It is a well-documented fact that since the expulsion from the Garden of Eden, the human race has been engaged in a desperate and often misguided struggle to cover its nakedness without looking entirely ridiculous. We began with the humble fig leaf, which was at least breathable and environmentally sustainable, and progressed through the centuries to wool, silk, and sturdy cotton. There were, of course, setbacks. The powdered wig was a dark chapter for the scalp, and the corset was a cruel invention designed to move a lady's internal organs into her throat for the sake of a narrow waist. But never, in the long checkered history of haberdashery, did the male of the species surrender his dignity so completely as he did in the year 1977, when he voluntarily encased himself in a two-piece calamity known as the Leisure Suit. To understand the Leisure Suit, one must first understand the material from which it was birthed: polyester. Polyester is not a fabric in the traditional sense. It is a chemical conspiracy. It is a substance that was never touched by a loom or a spinning wheel, but was instead decanted in a laboratory by men in white coats who clearly harbored a deep-seated resentment toward their fellow man. It is a petroleum byproduct, which means that when you wear a leisure suit, you are essentially wearing 2 gallons of crude oil and a handful of coal tar that has been persuaded, through high pressure and low morals, to look like cloth. The architecture of the absurd. I recall stepping into a clothing establishment in the midsummer heat of that year. The air conditioning was humming with the frantic energy of a machine that knew it was losing the battle against the humidity. I was met by a salesman, a fellow whose own suit was a shade of mint green that had never been seen in nature outside of a stagnant pond. "Looking for something comfortable?" he asked. his smile as bright and artificial as his necktie. Something for the modern man who knows how to relax. "I am looking for something that won't melt if I stand too close to a toaster," I replied. He ignored my caution and led me to a rack of garments that looked like they had been designed by a man who had only ever seen a suit through the distorted lens of a kaleidoscope. The leisure suit was characterized by several features that defied both logic and aesthetics. First, there was the butterfly collar. These were lapels so vast, so expansive, and so aggressively pointed that they appeared ready to take flight. A man wearing such a collar didn't need a parachute. If he fell off a tall building, he could simply flap his lapels and glide gently to the pavement, provided the wind was in his favor. They reached nearly to the shoulders and were often adorned with a row of top stitching in a contrasting color, usually a vibrant orange or a defiant white, which served to highlight the fact that the suit had been put together by a machine that didn't know when to quit. Then there were the trousers. We have already discussed the bell bottom, but the leisure suit trouser was a special breed. It was designed to be worn without a belt, featuring a self-belt or a waistband that relied entirely on the friction of the polyester against the hips. This is a precarious way to live. Polyester is a slippery substance. It has the friction coefficient of a greased pig. To walk down the street in leisure trousers was to engage in a constant silent battle against gravity, a battle that gravity occasionally won with humiliating results. The palate of the damned. But the true horror of the leisure suit lay in its coloration. In my day, a man's suit came in 3 colors: black, gray, or brown if he was feeling particularly flamboyant. These were honest colors. They were the colors of soot, stone, and dirt, the things the world is actually made of. The leisure suit, however, came in a riot of pastels and earth tones that were anything but earthly. There was powder blue, which looked like the interior of a baby's nursery; harvest gold, which resembled a field of wheat that had been urinated upon by a giant; and burnt orange, a color that suggested a forest fire in a pumpkin patch. The man in the mint green suit tried to steer me toward a salmon pink number. "It says you're confident," he whispered. "It says, 'I've been mistaken for a tropical fish,'" I countered. "I am a man of letters, not a seafood appetizer." I watched a fellow try on a sky blue suit with white buttons the size of poker chips. He stood before the 3-way mirror and preened. He looked like a marshmallow that had been dipped in a vat of blueberry syrup. He looked like he was about to go to a wedding where the cake was the guest of honor. And yet he bought it. He paid $50 of American currency to look like a window display in a discount candy shop. The physical toll, heat and sparks. The tragedy of the leisure suit was not merely visual. It was a matter of physical endurance. As I mentioned, polyester does not breathe. It is a solid wall of plastic. When a man puts on a leisure suit, he is essentially creating a personal greenhouse around his torso. Within 10 minutes of wearing such a garment, the internal temperature begins to rise. The moisture has nowhere to go. It is trapped against the skin, creating a climate that would be ideal for the cultivation of tropical ferns or certain types of aggressive fungi. By noon, the wearer is not so much walking as he is marinating. I have seen men in leisure suits at outdoor garden parties who appeared to be undergoing a slow-motion liquidization. They didn't sweat. They leaked. And then there was the static electricity. Polyester is a magnificent conductor of the lightning of the gods. As the wearer moves, the friction of the plastic fabric rubbing against itself generates a charge that could power a small village. I once saw a gentleman in a chrome yellow suit attempt to shake hands with a lady at a discotheque. When their hands met, a blue spark jumped between them with a crack that sounded like a pistol shot. The lady screamed. The gentleman's hair stood on end, partly from the shock and partly from the sheer volume of hairspray he was using, and the smell of ozone filled the air. For a moment, I thought he had been struck by a divine thunderbolt for his fashion choices, but no. It was merely the leisure suit asserting its dominance over the physical world. The illusion of leisure. The name itself was the greatest lie of all. It was called a leisure suit to suggest that the wearer was a man of ease, a man who had conquered the stresses of the modern world and was now ready to enjoy a cocktail and a sunset. But there is no leisure to be found in a garment that makes you itch, makes you sweat, and threatens to ignite if you walk too fast. It was the suit of the man who was trying too hard. It was the suit of the middle-aged fellow who wanted to prove he was still with it, even though he didn't know what it was and was fairly certain he didn't like the sound of it. It was the uniform of the used car salesman, the lounge singer, and the man who thought that style was something you could buy in a box. It represented a strange temporary insanity in the American psyche, a moment where we decided that looking modern was more important than looking like a human being. The final meltdown. By the end of 1977, the cracks were beginning to show, literally. Polyester, for all its supposed durability, had a habit of snagging. A single loose thread could result in a run that traveled the entire length of the leg, leaving the wearer looking like he had been attacked by a very small, very precise tiger. Furthermore, the world was beginning to realize that if a man in a leisure suit stood too close to a barbecue grill, he didn't just get warm, he shrank. I heard a story of a man in Phoenix who leaned against a hot car fender while wearing a polyester blend and found himself permanently fused to a 1975 Chevy Nova. They had to cut him out with a blowtorch, or so the rumor went. As I sat on my porch that autumn, watching the leaves turn into colors that mercifully did not include powder blue, I felt a sense of relief. The leisure suit was a fever that had to break. It was a testament to our capacity for self-delusion. We wanted a world that was easy, a world that was permanent press, a world where we could be at leisure while the machinery of life ground on. But life is not permanent press. It is wrinkled, it is difficult, and it requires a fabric that can absorb a bit of honest sweat. I took my old wool coat out of the closet. It was heavy, it was a dull charcoal gray, and it smelled faintly of mothballs and tobacco. It didn't have butterfly lapels, and it certainly wouldn't generate enough static to jumpstart a truck. But as I put it on, I felt something that no man in a mint green leisure suit ever truly felt. I felt like myself. Next, I shall turn my attention to the CB radio. If the leisure suit was the way we looked in 1977, the CB radio was the way we talked, which is to say, loudly, incomprehensibly, and with a great deal of unnecessary static. Breaker, breaker, my friends, the road gets stranger from here. Chapter 6. Breaker, Breaker 19. The Art of the CB Radio, or How to Curse at a Stranger Through a Box Without Getting Punched in the Nose. I have always held the firm belief that the progress of civilization is measured by the speed with which a man can communicate his ignorance to his fellow man. In the ancient days, it took weeks for a foolish opinion to travel by horse and carriage from one county to the next, by which time the sender had often regained his senses or at least forgotten what he was angry about. Then came the telegraph, which allowed a man to be brief and expensive in his lunacy. But in the year 1977, the human race achieved a pinnacle of vocal redundancy that would have made the builders of the Tower of Babel pack up their trowels in despair. I am speaking of the Citizens Band Radio, or the CB for short. It was a piece of electronic wizardry that allowed a civilian, a person with no training in maritime signals or military discipline, to install a metal box in his dashboard and a 10-foot whip of an antenna on his bumper, thereby transforming himself into a broadcaster. It gave every man, woman, and precocious child the ability to be a public nuisance at a distance of 20 miles, provided the atmospheric conditions were right and the sunspots weren't acting up. For a brief, shimmering moment in 1977, the airwaves of America were not filled with the music of the spheres, but with a cacophony of static, whistling, and men with names like Big Daddy and the Rubber Duck, discussing the location of the local constabulary. The invention of the handle. The first requirement of the CB cult was the abandonment of one's God-given name. In the world of the radio, a man named Arthur, who worked in a bank and was terrified of his own shadow, could not simply be Arthur. No, that would be a betrayal of the medium. He had to possess a handle. A handle was a mask made of audio. It was a way for a man to invent a persona that was 3 parts hero, 2 parts outlaw, and 5 parts pure, unadulterated fiction. I spent an afternoon in a roadside diner in Ohio, listening to the chatter from a base station behind the counter. I heard a voice that sounded like it was being filtered through a bucket of gravel. "Breaker! Breaker! This here is the Midnight Stallion," the voice boomed. "I'm looking for a westbounder to tell me the weather in St. Louis. Come on back." A few minutes later, a small beige sedan pulled into the parking lot. Out stepped a gentleman who was approximately 5 feet tall, wearing thick spectacles and a cardigan that looked like it had been chewed by a nervous goat. He looked less like a midnight stallion and more like a mid-afternoon pony with a slight limp. But that was the beauty of the CB. On the air, he was a giant of the asphalt. He was a knight of the road. He was a man who lived by his wits and his linear amplifier. To his wife, he was just Harold, who forgot the milk again. But to the invisible world of Channel 19, he was a legend in his own mind. People chose names that reflected their aspirations rather than their reality. I heard from a lusty lady who turned out to be a grandmother of 6 knitting a tea cozy, and a General Patton who was currently struggling to park a station wagon in a space clearly marked for a motorcycle. It was a national masquerade ball, where the masks were made of radio waves. The coded language of the road. To participate in this madness, one had to master a dialect that was as impenetrable as a legal contract and twice as nonsensical. It was based on a system of 10 codes, which were originally designed for police brevity, but were quickly hijacked by the public to add an air of mystery to the mundane. If you agreed with someone, you didn't say yes. You said 10-4, Roger, be good. If you were asking someone's location, you asked for their 20. If you were going to the bathroom, you were taking a 10 to 100. It was a way of speaking that turned a simple conversation into a complex mathematical equation. But the true enemy of the CB enthusiast was the Smokey Bear. In 1977, the federal government had imposed a national speed limit of 55 miles per hour, the double nickels. To the American driver, this was more than a law. It was a personal insult. It was a suggestion that the spirit of Paul Revere and the Pony Express should be curtailed for the sake of a few gallons of gasoline. The CB radio became the primary weapon in the war against the Smoky. Drivers would alert one another to the presence of a bear in the grass, a policeman hiding in the median, or a bear with ears, a policeman with his own radio. "You got a Smoky at the 42-mile marker," a voice would crackle. "He's got a customer, and he's looking for another." Immediately, every truck and sedan for 10 miles would hit their brakes, slowing down to a funereal pace until they had passed the danger, at which point they would all accelerate back to 70 miles per hour, feeling like they had just successfully smuggled the crown jewels past the Tower Guard. It was a game of cat and mouse played across the entire continent, and for the first time in history, the mice had a way to talk to each other. The trucker as the new cowboy. The undisputed kings of the CB were the long-haul truckers. In 1977, the trucker was elevated to the status of a folk hero. He was the crested eagle of the interstate. He was the man who kept the country moving, fueled by black coffee, pills that were likely illegal in 48 states, and a sense of rugged independence. This fascination was fueled by the popular culture of the day. We had songs like Convoy, which told the story of 1,000 trucks crossing the country to protest. Well, it wasn't entirely clear what they were protesting, but they were doing it with a great deal of noise and a bear in the air, a police helicopter. We had movies like Smokey and the Bandit, where Burt Reynolds, a man whose mustache was a cultural landmark in its own right, spent 90 minutes driving a black Trans Am and talking into a CB microphone while being chased by a man named Justice, who seemed to have lost his dignity somewhere in Texarkana. Suddenly, every suburban father wanted to be a trucker. They bought CB-ready vehicles. They installed PA systems so they could yell at pedestrians from the safety of their cars. They learned how to say "mercy sakes" and keep the shiny side up without laughing. It was a strange form of envy. We had built a world of cubicles and white picket fences, and we were so bored by it that we looked at a man driving 18 wheels of refrigerated produce through a snowstorm in Nebraska and thought, now, there is a life of glamour. The static and the silence. As with all great American crazes, the CB radio eventually succumbed to its own success. The problem was that when everyone has a microphone, nobody is actually listening. By late 1977, the channels were so crowded with breakers that it became impossible to have a coherent thought. It was a constant stream of dead air, channel hugging, and skip, radio signals bouncing off the ionosphere, allowing a man in Florida to accidentally insult a man in Maine. You would try to ask for directions to a gas station, and you would be met with a wall of noise. Breaker, breaker. Get off the air, you lizard. Hey, anybody got a copy on the... I got a smoky at the whistling noise. Static. It was like being in a room with 500 people all trying to shout their life stories at the same time. The citizens' band had become a citizens' brawl. People began to realize that talking to strangers wasn't all it was cracked up to be, especially when the strangers were mostly interested in telling you about their chrome exhaust pipes or their opinion of the president's peanut farm. The handle began to lose its luster. The midnight stallion realized that he was still Harold, and he still had to pay his taxes. The lusty lady went back to her knitting. The metal boxes in the dashboards began to collect dust, and the 10-foot whip antennae were eventually removed, leaving only a small, lonely hole in the bumper as a reminder of our flirtation with the airwaves. The legacy of the loud box. I looked at a CB radio recently, a relic of that frantic year. It was a sturdy thing, full of knobs and dials and the promise of connection. It was the ancestor of many things to come, I suspect. It was a preview of a world where everyone has a voice, but no one has a filter. It was the first time we experimented with the idea that we could be whoever we wanted to be, as long as the signal stayed strong. But for me, the CB radio will always be defined by that one summer night in 1977. I was sitting on a porch, and the sound of a distant 10-4 drifted out of a passing car. It was a lonely, hopeful sound. It was the sound of a human being reaching out into the dark, looking for someone, anyone, to acknowledge that they existed. "Breaker, breaker," the voice had said. "Is there anyone out there?" The only answer was the chirping of the crickets and the low, steady hum of the highway. It was a perfect 10-7. That's out of service for those of you who don't speak the language, and perhaps, in the end, that was the most honest thing about the whole business. We spent all that money and all that time just to find out that the most important conversations are the ones you have when you turn the radio off. Next, I think I shall take a walk through the New York blackout. If the CB radio was about making noise in the light, the blackout was about what happens when the noise stops and the lights go out in the biggest city in the world. It's a study in human nature, mostly involving the relocation of air conditioners and the sudden popularity of candles. Chapter 7. The New York blackout, a study of human nature when the lights go out and the neighborhood decides to rearrange the ownership of televisions. There is a popular delusion, carefully nurtured by the inhabitants of Manhattan and its surrounding boroughs, that New York City is the center of the universe, a shimmering, invincible bastion of progress that could, if properly motivated, give the Creator himself a few pointers on how to manage a sunset. In the year 1977, this city was a place of frantic noise, towering ambitions, and a collective belief that as long as the electricity was humming, the laws of God and man were merely suggestions. But on the night of July 13th, the universe decided to remind New York that civilization is not a permanent state of affairs, but rather a thin, precarious crust of copper wire and good intentions. It was a night when the invisible servant we call electricity decided to go on a sudden and unannounced vacation, leaving 8 million people to discover that they are, at heart, remarkably similar to their cave-dwelling ancestors, only with better shoes and a more refined sense of larceny. The great simmering cauldron. To understand the blackout, one must first appreciate the weather. July in New York is not a season, it is a punishment. It is a time when the air becomes a thick, humid soup that tastes faintly of hot asphalt and despair. The thermometer had been hovering in the 90s for days, and the city was simmering like a neglected stew. The people were irritable. The pavement was soft enough to take a footprint, and every air conditioner in the city was screaming like a banshee in a desperate attempt to keep the inhabitants from melting into their own carpets. I was sitting in a small room near Times Square, attempting to write a letter by the light of a desk lamp, when the universe simply vanished. There was no sound, no dramatic explosion, just a sudden, terrifying silence as every motor, every fan, and every neon sign in the city breathed its last. It was as if a giant hand had reached down and flipped a master switch, plunging the great metropolis into a darkness so profound that you could have held your own nose and not been entirely sure it was yours. For a few minutes, there was a hush. It was the sound of 8 million people simultaneously holding their breath and wondering if the world had ended or if they had simply forgotten to pay the bill. Then the shouting began. The lightning and the ghost of Franklin. We were later informed that the cause of this calamity was a series of lightning strikes upon the power lines of the Consolidated Edison Company. Now, I have always admired Benjamin Franklin for his curiosity regarding the lightning, but I suspect that if he had known his discovery would lead to a situation where a city of millions would be rendered helpless by a single thunderstorm, he might have left the kite in the closet and taken up knitting instead. The power grid, we were told, had cascaded. That is a lovely poetic word for a total and utter collapse. It suggests a gentle waterfall, a rhythmic descent into ruin. In reality, it was as if the city's heart had stopped beating because a fly had landed on its nose. In the darkness, the true character of the city began to reveal itself. There are two types of people in this world when the lights go out: those who look for a candle and those who look for a brick. New York, it turned out, was remarkably well stocked with the latter. The Great Appliance Migration. What followed was 25 hours of what the newspapers later called civil unrest, but which I prefer to call the Great Unscheduled Clearance Sale. As the heat refused to break and the darkness emboldened the adventurous, the sound of breaking glass began to punctuate the night like festive firecrackers. It started in the Bronx and Brooklyn, but soon spread like a fever. Men, women, and children who only hours before had been law-abiding citizens worried about their dental appointments suddenly decided that the local department store was actually a charitable institution designed to provide them with free merchandise. I watched from a window as a group of young men emerged from a storefront carrying a sofa, in the middle of a blackout. I have never understood the logic of stealing a piece of furniture in the pitch black. Where do you intend to put it? How do you know if the color matches your curtains? But there they were, lugging a 3-seated Davenport down a dark alley with a coordination that would have shamed a professional moving crew. But the most popular item of the night was the television set. Now, mind you, there was no electricity. There would be no electricity for quite some time, and yet people were sprinting through the streets with 25-inch color consoles cradled in their arms like precious infants. It was a magnificent display of optimism. They were stealing something they couldn't use to watch programs that weren't being broadcast in homes that were currently as dark as a coal mine. It was a study in the human heart. We are a species that craves the idea of a thing more than the thing itself. A man with a stolen television in a blackout feels rich, even if he has to sit on it in the dark to keep anyone else from stealing it from him. The moral thermometer. The police, meanwhile, were in a state of magnificent helplessness. How do you patrol a city where you cannot see your own hand, let alone a man disappearing into the night with a crate of whiskey? They made over 3,000 arrests, but for every man they caught, 10 more were disappearing into the gloom with a new pair of sneakers or a toaster oven. There was a certain snarky irony to the looting. I saw a man walking calmly down the street, carrying a large, ornate bird cage. "Pardon me, sir," I called out, "but does that cage come with a bird, or is it for a pet you haven't stolen yet?" "It's for my mother," he replied without looking back. "She always wanted one." It was a night of great filial devotion, apparently. Everyone was out getting something for someone else. It was like a very dark, very humid, and very violent Christmas morning. And yet, in the midst of this larceny, there were flashes of the better angels of our nature, though they were few and far between. Some people stood in the middle of intersections, directing traffic with flashlights, preventing the few brave taxis from colliding with one another. Others shared their candles and their beer, sitting on stoops and telling stories of the great blackout of '65, which everyone agreed had been a much more polite and dignified affair. The difference, of course, was the heat. In 1965, the blackout happened in November. People stayed inside to keep warm. In 1977, the heat was an agitator, a silent conspirator that drove people out of their suffocating apartments and into the streets, where the temptation of a dark window and a loose brick was simply too much for the average moral fiber to withstand. The morning after, a city in disguise. When the sun finally rose on the 14th, it did not bring the light of truth. It merely revealed the wreckage of the night. The streets were carpeted in broken glass, which glittered in the morning light like diamonds in a gutter. The shops looked like they had been hit by a localized hurricane that had a specific craving for consumer electronics and designer denim. As the power was gradually restored, first a flicker in Chelsea, then a hum in Queens, the city began to blink its eyes and look at itself in the mirror. And what it saw was not pretty. The shame was not universal, however. By midday, the blackout markets had opened. You could buy a slightly dented refrigerator on a street corner for $20, no questions asked. You could buy a stereo system that still had the price tag from a store 3 miles away. The politicians, of course, immediately began the ritual of the public inquiry. They blamed Con Ed, they blamed the police, they blamed the sociological conditions. They looked for every possible explanation except the most obvious one, that when you take away the lights, you take away the illusion of the social contract. Without the fear of being seen, the average man discovers that his conscience is remarkably flexible, especially when it comes to a free microwave oven. The legacy of the dark. As I sat on my stoop that evening, watching the street lamps flicker back to life, I felt a profound sense of skepticism regarding our modern age. We build our cities of glass and steel, we talk through the air with CB radios, we fly to the moon and back, and we dress in polyester suits that will outlive the pyramids. But our entire existence is held together by a thin stream of electrons. If that stream falters, we are right back in the mud, fighting over a birdcage and a color TV. The 1977 blackout was a reminder that New York is not an invincible fortress. It is a very large, very crowded life raft. And on that July night, the passengers decided to start eating the upholstery. It was hilarious in its absurdity, tragic in its greed, and entirely predictable to anyone who has ever spent more than 5 minutes studying the history of the human race. I decided then and there that for the rest of my stay in this century, I would keep a sturdy candle, a box of matches, and a very heavy stick near my bed. Because if the lightning strikes again, I have a feeling the neighbors will be coming for my typewriter, and I'll be damned if I'm going to let them have it without a fight, or at least a very snarky lecture on the 8th commandment. Next, I believe I shall investigate the 8-track Odyssey. If the blackout showed us the darkness of the city, the 8-track tape will show us the darkness of the recording industry. It is a device that clicks when it should sing and dies when it should play. Mercy sakes, my friends, the technology of this year is truly a test of one's soul. Chapter 8. The 8-track Odyssey, on the cruelty of a musical device that clicks loudly in the middle of a ballad. If there is one thing that distinguishes the human being from the lower animals, aside from our propensity for wearing neckties and our unfortunate habit of voting for people we don't actually like, it is our insatiable desire to carry our noises with us wherever we go. In the old days, if a man wanted to hear a tune while traveling, he had to whistle it himself, hire a traveling minstrel with a questionable grasp of hygiene, or wait for a particularly melodic bird to fly alongside his carriage. But in the year 1977, the American public decided that silence was a personal affront to their liberty, and they sought to extinguish it using a plastic brick known as the 8-track tape. Now, I have seen some mechanical monstrosities in my time. I have seen steam engines that required the constant attention of 3 soot-covered men just to move a mile an hour. And I have seen typesetting machines that appeared to have been designed by a committee of spiders on a gin bender. But the 8-track cartridge is a unique specimen of engineering malice. It is a device that was clearly invented by someone who hated music and wanted to see how much psychological torture a human being could endure before they drove their Ford Pinto into a bridge abutment. The architecture of the plastic slab. To the uninitiated, an 8-track tape looks like a very large, very heavy bar of soap made of black plastic. It has no visible beginning and no discernible end. Inside this slab is a single continuous loop of magnetic tape that winds around a central hub like a snake trying to swallow its own tail. It is a masterpiece of loop-de-loop physics that defies the very laws of common sense. Unlike the phonograph record, which is a thin, delicate thing that requires a stationary house and a steady hand, the 8-track was designed for the automobile. It was meant to be shoved into a gaping maw in the dashboard with a force that would suggest you were attempting to choke a small robot. I recall riding in a gentleman's Cadillac, a vehicle so large it had its own zip code, as he prepared to provide us with what he called the ultimate listening experience. He reached into a pile of cartridges on the floorboard, which, I might add, were covered in a fine layer of cigarette ash and taco crumbs, and selected a recording by a group called Fleetwood Mac. "Listen to this, Mark," he said. his eyes gleaming with the pride of a man who owns a gadget. It's high fidelity. It's the future. He jammed the tape into the player. The machine let out a groan of protest, a sound like a cow stepping on a violin, and then, suddenly, the music began. It was loud. It was clear. It was, for approximately 3 minutes, quite pleasant. I began to think that perhaps I had been too hard on the 20th century. Perhaps this was indeed a miracle of the age. And then it happened. The clunk heard round the world. We were in the middle of a particularly soulful refrain. The singer was reaching a crescendo of emotion, pouring her heart out into the microphone. The listener was transported, moved to the very depths of his soul. And then, without warning, the music began to fade away. It didn't end. It simply grew quieter and quieter, as if the band were slowly backing out of the room. There was a moment of absolute silence, followed by a sound that I can only describe as a mechanical hiccup, a loud, jarring clunk whir that felt like the car had lost a gear or the driver had been shot. A red light on the dashboard flickered from 1 to 2, and then the music faded back in, exactly where it had left off, in the middle of a word. "What in the name of the great beyond was that?" I demanded, clutching the armrest. "Did we hit a pedestrian? Is the boiler exploding?" "No, no," my companion replied, completely unfazed. "That's just the track change. There are 4 programs on the tape, you see. It has to switch heads." I sat in stunned silence. This was the high-fidelity future. We had spent billions of dollars on electronic research. We had sent men to the moon. We had invented the microwave oven, and yet we were satisfied with a musical device that chopped a song in half like a butcher working on a side of beef. Imagine, if you will, a performance of Hamlet where, in the middle of the to-be or not-to-be soliloquy, the curtain suddenly drops. A man walks out and hits a gong, and then the curtain rises again, so the actor can finish the sentence. It is a crime against art. It is a desecration of the spirit. And yet, in 1977, we didn't just accept it. We paid $5.99 for the privilege. The mystery of the matchbook. As the journey continued, I discovered that the 8-track player is a temperamental beast. It is a sensitive creature that requires constant coaxing. After a few miles, the music began to sound peculiar. It was as if the singers had suddenly decided to perform underwater, or perhaps they were all suffering from a collective bout of slow-motion laryngitis. "The alignment is off," the driver muttered, frowning at the dashboard. He did not call a technician. He did not consult a manual. Instead, he reached into his pocket and produced a folded matchbook from a local steakhouse. With the precision of a diamond cutter, he wedged the matchbook into the thin crack between the tape and the player. Immediately, the music snapped back into focus. "There," he said, satisfied. "That's the trick. You just got to give it a little shim." I marveled at this. Here was a pinnacle of modern technology that required a cardboard advertisement for a rib joint to function properly. It is my firm belief that any machine that can be improved by the addition of a matchbook is a machine that is fundamentally mocking its creator. If I were a designer of 8-track players, I would go into the woods and live in a hollow log out of sheer shame. The great magnetic spaghetti. But the true terror of the 8-track, the thing that keeps a man awake at night, is the spaghetti incident. Magnetic tape is a fragile thing. It is a thin ribbon of rust and hope. Sometimes the continuous loop inside the cartridge decides that it no longer wishes to be a loop. It decides it wants to be free. It begins to leak out of the player, a silent, shiny brown tongue that grows longer and longer until it is tangled around the gear shift, the steering wheel, and the driver's left ear. I have seen men on the side of the highway weeping openly as they held a handful of what looked like metallic linguine, trying in vain to wind it back into the plastic box, using a pencil and a prayer. It is a hopeless task. Once the tape has tasted freedom, it will never go back into the box. It is a ghost that has been exorcised, and all that remains is a pile of useless plastic and a broken heart. I saw a highway embankment in California that was covered in these discarded ribbons. They caught the sunlight, shimmering like the discarded skins of digital snakes. It was a graveyard of 1977's musical tastes. Hundreds of miles of the Captain and Tennille and the Eagles, slowly being reclaimed by the earth. The philosophy of the 8 tracks. Why did we do it? Why did we subject ourselves to the clunk and the matchbook and the magnetic spaghetti? Because the 8-track offered us something we had never had before: autonomy. Before the 8-track, you were at the mercy of the radio disc jockey. If he wanted to play a polka, you listened to a polka. If he wanted to talk about the weather in Poughkeepsie for 20 minutes, you sat in silence. But with the 8-track, you were the king of your own domain. You could listen to Elvis Presley as many times as you liked, or at least until the tape melted. You could drive across the desert with Johnny Cash as your only companion, and you didn't have to listen to a single advertisement for laundry detergent. It was a small, plastic taste of the freedom that was to come. We were willing to endure the mechanical failures and the auditory insults, because we wanted to be in charge of our own soundtrack. We were a nation of individuals, each of us enclosed in a rolling metal box, shouting our preferences into the wind. By the end of 1977, however, a new rival was appearing on the horizon: the cassette tape. It was smaller, it didn't click in the middle of a song, and it didn't require a matchbook to stay in alignment. The 8-track was doomed, and deep down, we all knew it. We clung to our plastic slabs for a few more years, like sailors clinging to the wreckage of a sinking ship. But the end was inevitable. As I left my friend's Cadillac that evening, my ears still ringing with the ghost of a clunk, I looked at the pile of tapes on his floor. They looked like ancient artifacts already, relics of a time when we were so desperate for noise that we were willing to let a machine eat our music. Well, I thought, at least a book doesn't click when you turn the page, and if a book starts leaking spaghetti, you've got much bigger problems than a misaligned tape head. I walked home in the quiet of the night, realizing that sometimes the best soundtrack is the one that doesn't require a battery, a matchbook, or a continuous loop of magnetic rust. But don't tell that to the man in the Cadillac. He's currently on Program 3 of Best of the Bee Gees, and he looks like he's having the time of his life, even if Barry Gibb's voice just got cut in half by a plastic gear. Next, I shall turn my eye toward the self-help swindle. If the 8-track was an attempt to fix our cars, the self-help movement of 1977 was an attempt to fix our souls. And I suspect the results were just as messy and involved just as many matchbooks. Chapter 9. The Self-Help Swindle, Reflections on the Sudden American Urge to Find Oneself, usually at the bottom of a very expensive seminar. I have lived through a great many epidemics in my time. I have seen the mumps, the measles, and the occasional outbreak of sanity, though the latter was usually brief and localized. But in the year 1977, the American Republic was struck by a plague of a far more insidious nature. It did not affect the lungs or the liver, but rather the ego. It was a fever of the self, a collective delusion that the most interesting thing in the entire universe was the person staring back at us in the mirror, even if that person was currently wearing a leisure suit and smelling of cheap gin. The historians, if they can stop looking at their own navels long enough to pick up a pen, have dubbed this the Me Decade. It was a time when the average citizen decided that the problems of the world, the starving masses, the shrinking dollar, the threat of atomic annihilation, were all secondary to the monumental task of finding oneself. Now, I have always found this concept of finding oneself to be a most peculiar form of mental gymnastics. If a man loses his hat, he looks under the bed. If he loses his horse, he checks the stable. But if a man loses himself, where exactly does he expect to find the fellow? Did he leave himself in his other trousers? Did he fall out of a window in 1872 and just now notice he was missing? To my mind, if you have to pay a stranger $300 to tell you where you are, you weren't lost. You were just poorly supervised. The tabernacle of the hotel ballroom. The headquarters for this new religion was not the church or the library, but the airport Marriott ballroom. It was here that the high priests of self-actualization gathered their flocks. These gurus were men who possessed a remarkable talent for saying absolutely nothing, in a way that sounded like a revelation from Mount Sinai. I attended one such gathering out of a sense of professional duty and a lingering hope that there might be free sandwiches. There were no sandwiches. Instead, there were 300 people sitting in folding chairs that had been designed by a man who clearly hated the human spine. At the front of the room stood a man named Werner, or perhaps it was Brent. It doesn't matter. They all had names that sounded like they had been chosen by a computer trying to sound Swiss. He wore a turtleneck, despite the fact that it was 85 degrees, and he looked at us with an intensity that suggested he was trying to read our internal organs through our shirts. "You are all machines," he barked. "You are running on old programming. You are stuck in the already always." A woman next to me gasped and began to weep. I leaned over and whispered, "Pardon me, madam, but is already always a new brand of laundry soap? It sounds like something that would be very difficult to get out of a rug." She looked at me with a pity that would have shamed a saint. "You don't get it," she hissed. "He's breaking down our barriers. He's emptying our cups." Personally, I would have preferred a full cup, especially if it contained a sturdy bourbon. But in the world of 1977 self-help, emptiness was the goal. The idea was that you had to be insulted, belittled, and denied the use of the bathroom for 12 hours, until your brain turned into a soft, malleable mush. Only then could the guru actualize you. The theology of the bladder. This brings me to the most celebrated feature of these seminars, the bathroom ban. It was a point of pride among the converts. They believed that by denying their own physical requirements, They were achieving a state of transcendental awareness. To me, it looked less like awareness and more like a room full of people who were about to have a very messy collective accident. The urge to go, the guru proclaimed, is merely a story you are telling yourself. It is a limitation of your ego. Who is the you that needs to pee? The you that needs to pee, I muttered, is the you that is currently contemplating the shortest route to the exit and the nearest hydrangea bush. But the crowd was enthralled. They sat there for hours, legs tightly crossed, faces turning a vibrant shade of purple, waiting for the breakthrough. And when it finally came, usually around 2 in the morning, it was accompanied by a roar of applause and a mad dash for the hallway that resembled the start of the Kentucky Derby. This, apparently, was getting it. If getting it involves a frantic search for plumbing, I suppose I have been actualized several times a day for my entire life. The gospel of I'm okay, you're okay. When the gurus weren't yelling at people in ballrooms, they were selling them books. Every coffee table in America was burdened with a volume titled something like Your Erroneous Zones or The Joy of Selfishness. The most popular of these was a thin little tract called I'm Okay, You're Okay. Now, I have spent a lifetime studying the human race, and I can say with some authority that this title is a lie on both counts. I am certainly not okay. I have a persistent cough, a distrust of the government, and a tendency to lose my temper with people who eat peas with a knife. And as for you, well, you're currently reading a book by a man who's been dead for 70 years, so your okayness is very much up for debate. The book suggested that we are all composed of 3 people, a parent, an adult, and a child. It suggested that when we argue, it's because our internal parent is shouting at someone else's internal child. I tried this logic on a cab driver who attempted to overcharge me for a trip to Central Park. My dear fellow, I said, I suspect your child is currently attempting to circumvent the adult fiscal reality of this transaction. Perhaps your parent should intervene and look at the meter. He looked at me for a long moment, then spat out the window. Look, Mac, do you want to pay the $5, or do you want me to help your internal child find the nearest hospital? I paid the $5. It turns out that transactional analysis is a very poor substitute for a sturdy umbrella and a firm grip on one's wallet. The mirror and the void. By the autumn of 1977, the me obsession had reached a fever pitch. People were spending their weekends in sensory deprivation tanks, floating in salt water in total darkness to commune with the void. I asked a friend what he had discovered in the tank. I discovered the true nature of my soul, he said, his eyes wide and unblinking. And what was it? I asked. It was very dark, he replied, and it smelled faintly of Epsom salts. That, in a nutshell, was the me decade. We spent a fortune to find out that when you peel away the layers of a human being, the work, the family, the community, the basic decencies, what you are left with is not a higher self. What you are left with is a very small, very lonely person who is desperately bored and in need of a hobby. We had replaced the golden rule with the golden mirror. We had decided that the highest virtue was authenticity, which is just a fancy way of saying you can be as rude as you like as long as you mean it. If a man is a scoundrel, we no longer ask him to repent. We ask him to own his truth If a woman abandons her family to join a cult in Oregon that worships a head of lettuce, we don't call the authorities. We congratulate her on following her bliss. The final bill. As the year drew to a close, the self-help industry had become one of the most profitable enterprises in the country. It was a magnificent racket. You sell people a sense of inadequacy, then you sell them a seminar to fix it, and finally, you sell them an advanced seminar to fix the damage caused by the first one. It's a perpetual motion machine of dissatisfaction. I stood on a street corner in San Francisco and watched a group of people walking toward a Leasing Your Life workshop. They looked earnest. They looked hopeful. They looked like they were searching for something that was right in front of them the whole time. The tragedy of the me decade was not that people wanted to be better. It was that they were convinced they could only be better by being alone. They forgot that a self is not something you find in a tank of salt water or a hotel ballroom. A self is something you build day by day through your actions, your kindnesses, and your ability to tolerate the fact that you are, and always will be, a bit of a muddle. I walked back to my room, sat down at my desk, and looked at my own reflection in the window. "Well, Mark," I said, "how are we doing today? Are we actualized? Are we okay?" The reflection looked back at me, shaggy hair, wrinkled suit, and a mischievous glint in the eye. "I think," the reflection replied, "that we are exactly what we have always been, a work in progress with a very poor sense of direction and a lingering need for a nap." It was the most honest thing I'd heard all year, and the best part was it didn't cost me a cent, and I didn't have to hold it in until 2 in the morning. Next, I think I shall investigate the discotheque and the loss of dignity. If the me decade was about finding your soul, the disco was about losing your rhythm and your pride on a lit floor. Mercy sakes, the 1970s are a busy time for a man who just wants to sit in a rocking chair. Chapter 10. The discotheque and the loss of dignity. A first-hand account of the hustle and why it should be classified as a felony. I have always held that the greatest gift bestowed upon the human race, aside from the invention of the cigar and the glorious uncertainty of a poker game, is the ability to remain still. There is a profound dignity in a man who can sit on a porch and do nothing for 3 hours with a level of concentration that would make a Buddhist monk look like a jittery schoolboy. But in the year 1977, the American public decided that stillness was a sign of moral decay, and that the only path to salvation lay in a rhythmic, spasmodic exertion known as the disco. In my day, dancing was a business conducted with a certain level of gravitational respect. You had your waltz, which was considered scandalous in its time, because it allowed a gentleman to place his hand upon a lady's waist without first consulting a notary. You had your square dance, which was essentially a complicated way of organizing a crowd of people who had spent too much time in a saloon. But the disco? The disco was something entirely different. It was a mechanical, industrial strength assault upon the very concept of grace. I found myself, through a series of unfortunate events involving a misguided nephew and a promise of a quiet evening out, standing at the velvet-roped entrance of a temple of noise called Studio 54. The gatekeepers of the glitter. The entrance to this establishment was guarded by a collection of young men who possessed the arrogance of Roman emperors and the wardrobes of colorful tropical birds. They stood behind a golden cord, surveying the crowd with an expression of such exquisite boredom that I felt an immediate urge to apologize for merely existing in the same zip code. To gain entry, one did not need a ticket or a reserved seat. One needed a look. This look generally involved wearing as much glitter as a school play's backdrop and having an expression that suggested you had just swallowed a very expensive and very bitter pill. I watched as a gentleman of some standing, a man who looked as though he might own several railroads, was turned away because his tie was the wrong shade of maroon. Behind him, a fellow wearing nothing but a pair of silver trousers and a live parrot was ushered inside with the reverence usually reserved for a visiting dignitary. "Pardon me, young man," I said to the sentry, "but is there a specific ratio of bird to human required for admission, or will a simple cotton shirt and a lifetime of regret suffice?" He looked at my suit, which, I grant you, was not made of polyester and did not glow in the dark, and sighed as if I were a particularly difficult math problem. "You're with the old school vibe, aren't you? Fine, get in, but don't sit on the speakers." The geometry of the damned. The interior of the discotheque was a revelation. It was a cavernous space filled with a fog that smelled of dry ice and the collective perspiration of 500 people trying to convince themselves they were having the time of their lives. The floor was a grid of illuminated plexiglass, flashing in a sequence of colors that would have caused a rainbow to go into early retirement. It was like dancing on a giant electrified checkerboard. Every time the floor turned red, I felt as though I were standing on the lid of a furnace. When it turned blue, I expected to be submerged in an Arctic pond. But it was the mirror ball, that great spinning glass pineapple, that commanded the room. It hung from the ceiling like a silent, shimmering god, casting millions of tiny flecks of light across the walls. It made everyone in the room look like they were being pelted with glowing hail. I realized then that the purpose of the mirror ball was to ensure that no one could look anyone else in the eye for more than a second. It is very difficult to have a meaningful conversation when your interlocutor is being bombarded by 1,000 tiny ghosts of light. And then there was the music. It was not music for the ears. It was music for the spleen. The beat was a relentless, thudding vibration, chicka, chicka, that seemed to be produced by a steam engine that had lost its mind. It was a sound that didn't invite you to listen, but rather commanded your internal organs to reorganize themselves. I felt my liver begin to keep time with the bass line, a sensation I haven't experienced since I accidentally drank a bottle of Dr. Goodbody's invigorating nerve tonic in 1892. The hustle, a choreography of the machine. I observed the dancers. They were engaged in a ritual called the hustle. In any other century, if you saw a group of people suddenly point their fingers at the ceiling, then at the floor, then rotate their hips in a manner that suggested a malfunctioning gyroscope, you would call for a physician and a priest. But in 1977, this was considered the height of sophistication. The hustle was a synchronized madness. It involved a series of steps, 1, 2, 3, kick, 1, 2, 3, turn, that everyone performed with a grim military precision. There was no joy in it. There was only the terror of being the only person in the room who had missed the turn. "Why do they point at the ceiling?" I shouted to my nephew over the roar of a woman singing about a Disco Inferno. "They're reaching for the stars, Uncle Mark," he yelled back, his own finger currently pointed toward a ventilation duct. "They look like they're trying to find a leak in the roof," I countered. I watched a middle-aged gentleman in a white suit, a fellow who, under normal circumstances, probably managed a very respectable hardware store, attempting to perform a spin. He was moving with the grace of a sack of coal falling down a flight of stairs. He was sweating through his shirt. His gold chains were clinking like a haunted hardware store, and his eyes were fixed on the floor with the desperate intensity of a man trying to cross a frozen pond. And for what? To be hip, to be with it. I have never understood the desire to be with it, primarily because it is a moving target that usually ends up being something you'll be embarrassed by 5 years later. The loss of the human element. The tragedy of the disco was that it removed the human from the dance. In the old days, you danced with someone. You held their hand, you looked at their face, and you moved together as a unit. In the disco, you danced at someone, or more often, you danced at yourself in a nearby mirror. It was a solitary exercise performed in a crowd. Everyone was a star in their own private movie, lit by the strobe lights and fueled by a beverage that I suspect contained more chemicals than a high school laboratory. There was a thing called the solo freakout. This was when a dancer would suddenly decide that the communal hustle was too restrictive and would begin to flail their limbs in a manner that suggested they were being attacked by an invisible swarm of bees. They would hair flip, they would shimmy, and they would slide across the floor on their knees, all while maintaining an expression of ecstatic agony. I saw one young man who was spinning so fast that his bell-bottoms were creating a small vacuum around his ankles. I expected him to achieve liftoff at any moment and disappear through the sunroof. He didn't, of course. He simply fell over into a pile of empty glasses, where he remained for the rest of the evening, looking remarkably content. The morning after the glitter. As the sun began to peek over the New York skyline, a sun that looked remarkably dull compared to the neon tubes of the dance floor, I emerged from the club. My ears were ringing, my clothes smelled of theatrical smoke, and I had a fine dusting of silver glitter in my beard that I suspect will remain there until the turn of the next century. I looked at the people stumbling out into the light. Without the strobe lights and the mirror ball, the illusion was gone. The white suits looked wrinkled and cheap. The glitter looked like a skin disease. The macho men looked like they were in desperate need of a nap and a bowl of oatmeal. We had spent the night in a fever, chasing a rhythm that had no soul and a light that had no warmth. We had traded our dignity for the chance to point at the ceiling in unison. "Well," I said to a taxi driver who was looking at my glitter-covered face with justifiable suspicion, "I've seen the future of American entertainment, and it appears to be a machine that makes you sweat in public while listening to a woman scream about a fire." $10 to the hotel," he replied, "and 5 extra for the glitter I'm going to have to vacuum out of the seat." I paid him. It was a small price to pay for the escape. As I rode back through the quiet streets, I realized that the disco would eventually fade. The lights would go out, the mirror balls would be sold at garage sales, and the hustle would be replaced by some other equally absurd form of movement. But for one night in 1977, I had seen the great American loss of dignity. It was loud, it was shiny, and it was entirely, magnificently ridiculous. I think I shall go home now and sit very, very still in a dark room until my liver stops vibrating. Next, I shall turn my attention to the inflationary dollar. If the disco was about spending your energy, the economy of 1977 was about watching your money vanish into thin air, which is a much less entertaining kind of magic trick. Chapter 11. The inflationary dollar, wherein a nickel buys you a look at a candy bar, but certainly not the bar itself. It has been my long-standing suspicion that the Almighty created the laws of mathematics specifically to humble the pride of man. We can map the stars, we can harness the lightning to toast a piece of bread, and we can build a machine that plays a Bee Gees record until the neighbors move out in protest. But when it comes to the simple matter of ensuring that a dollar earned on Monday possesses the same purchasing power on Friday, the human race is as helpless as a kitten in a sawmill. In the year of our Lord 1977, the American dollar, once a sturdy, reliable fellow who could look a man in the eye and promise him a full day's wages for a full day's work, had become a nervous, shrinking creature. It was suffering from a malady known as inflation, a term that suggests something growing larger and more magnificent, like a hot air balloon. In reality, it is the exact opposite. It is the art of making the currency so light and airy that it eventually floats right out of your pocket before you've had the chance to say good morning to it. The anatomy of the vanishing nickel. I remember a time, not so very long ago, when a nickel was a piece of metal with a certain moral authority. It was heavy. It was silver. It had a buffalo on one side and a gentleman on the other who looked like he knew the value of a hard day's labor. If you walked into a general store with a nickel, you were a person of consequence. You could command a handful of horehound drops, a newspaper, and still have enough left over to feel a satisfying jingle in your trousers. But in 1977, the nickel had become a pathetic ghost of its former self. I walked into a candy shop in Hartford, clutching a 5-cent piece, and approached the counter with the confidence of a man who remembers the McKinley administration. "I should like a chocolate bar," I said to the youth behind the glass, "and perhaps a small sack of those sugar-coated peanuts." The boy looked at me with a mixture of pity and alarm, the sort of expression one reserves for a grandfather who has just claimed to be the rightful king of Bavaria. "Mister," he said, "a nickel won't buy you a chocolate bar. A nickel won't even buy you the wrapper. For a nickel, I can let you stand near the Hershey's display for 3 seconds and take a deep breath. But if you want to touch anything, it's going to cost you a quarter." A quarter! For a piece of chocolate that had, I noticed, shrunk in size until it was roughly the dimensions of a postage stamp. This is the hallmark of the inflationary age. The price goes up, the product goes down, and the consumer is left holding a microscopic sliver of candy and a mountain of debt. I suspect that by the turn of the next century, a chocolate bar will be a single molecule of cocoa sold for $50, and the customer will be expected to thank the clerk for the privilege of seeing it through a microscope. The Great Shelf Label Waltz. The most fascinating and terrifying spectacle of 1977 was to be found in the local supermarket. It was a place of constant frantic motion, but not from the customers. It was the employees. They were armed with small, clicking machines known as price guns, and they patrolled the aisles with the predatory intensity of a hunter stalking a deer. I watched a young man in a red apron approach a can of peaches. The label said 49 cents. With a flick of his wrist and a sharp click-clack, he slapped a new label over the old one, 55 cents. I followed him for 10 minutes. He was faster than a card sharp on a Mississippi steamboat. By the time he reached the end of the aisle, the price of peaches had risen twice. The flour was up by a dime, and the coffee was approaching the price of a fine French cognac. "Son," I said, "are you marking these items for sale, or are you conducting a scientific experiment in how fast a man can lose his mind?" "It's the new shipments, sir," he replied, sweating profusely. The wholesaler raised the price while I was on my lunch break. If I don't get these stickers on now, the store will be out of business by sunset. This is the inflationary spiral. It is a game of musical chairs where the music never stops, and every time you look around, another chair has been sold to a Japanese conglomerate. It creates a state of perpetual anxiety. In my day, a man knew what a loaf of bread cost. It was a fixed point in a changing world. In 1977, the price of bread was a rumor, a fleeting suggestion that changed with the wind. The gasoline thirst and the misery index. And then, of course, there was the gasoline. I have never been a fan of the internal combustion engine. It is loud, it smells like a blacksmith shop in a thunderstorm, and it has a tendency to explode at the most inconvenient moments. But in 1977, the automobile was the lifeblood of the nation, and that blood was becoming exceedingly expensive. We were told there was a shortage, though I noticed the oil companies were still reporting profits that would have made Croesus feel like a pauper. The prices at the pump were rising so fast that the mechanical wheels in the displays were spinning like a demented clock. This gave rise to the misery index. This was a mathematical calculation invented by economists to measure exactly how much the American public wanted to jump off a bridge. It combined the rate of inflation with the rate of unemployment. In 1977, the misery index was climbing toward the heavens. President Carter, our friend the peanut farmer, tried to explain it to us with charts and graphs. He told us that we were suffering from a malaise, which is a fancy French word for feeling like you've been kicked in the teeth by a mule, and then told it was for your own good. He suggested we tighten our belts. I looked around at my fellow citizens. Their belts were already so tight they were turning blue, and yet the dollar continued to shrivel. The magic of the plastic card. How did the American people survive? They did it through a form of dark sorcery known as the credit card. In the old days, if you didn't have the money to buy a thing, you did without it. It was a simple, honest system that encouraged thrift and prevented a man from owning 3 pianos when he couldn't play a note. But in the 1970s, the banks began sending out little slips of plastic that allowed you to buy the world on the installment plan. "Don't worry about the price," the advertisement screamed. "Charge it, pay later, live for today." It was a magnificent delusion. People were buying leisure suits, 8-track tapes, and pet rocks using money they hadn't earned yet, to be paid back with dollars that would be worth even less by the time the bill arrived. It was a race between the debt and the inflation, and the only winner was the bank. which sat in the middle and collected interest at a rate that would have made a loan shark blush. I saw a man buy a steak dinner with a piece of plastic. He looked like a millionaire. He was expansive. He was generous. He tipped the waiter with a flourish. But I knew the truth. He wasn't paying for the steak. He was leasing it. He was going to be paying for that steak for the next 3 years, plus interest. And by the time he finally owned it, the steak would be a distant, greasy memory. And the dollar he used to pay the bill would be worth roughly the same as a used Kleenex. The souvenir of prosperity. By the end of 1977, the dollar had become a souvenir. People kept them in their wallets not to spend, but to remember what money used to look like. We were a nation of millionaires who couldn't afford a decent pair of socks. I sat on a park bench and watched a squirrel burying a nut for the winter. I admired that squirrel. He understood the economy better than any senator in Washington. He knew that a nut is a nut, regardless of what the prime lending rate might be. He didn't have a credit card, he didn't worry about the misery index, and he certainly didn't care about the price of peaches. I looked at the dollar bill in my own hand. George Washington looked back at me, and I could swear he had a tear in his eye. "General," I whispered, "I fear we have made a muddle of it. We have built a civilization where the only thing that grows faster than the buildings is the cost of standing in their shadow." I folded the bill and put it away. I decided then and there that the only way to beat inflation was to possess things that the government couldn't shrink. Good books, sturdy shoes, and a sense of humor that doesn't require a loan to maintain. Because in 1977, a laugh was the only thing that was still free, though I suspect the IRS was already looking for a way to tax the echoes. Next, I think I shall take a look at the jogging epidemic. If we can't afford to drive our cars, it seems the American public has decided to run in circles until they fall over. It's a strange way to spend a Tuesday, but in the glittered age, nothing is too absurd to try once. Chapter 12. The Jogging Epidemic. Why people have begun running in circles until they are red-faced and sweaty without a bear chasing them. There was a time in this country, a simpler, more sensible time, when if you saw a man running down a public thoroughfare at high noon, you did not check your stopwatch. You checked your pockets to see what he had stolen. Running was a specialized activity, reserved for the desperate, the fugitive, or the gentleman who had accidentally insulted a man with a much larger reach and a shorter temper. It was a utilitarian response to a crisis. One ran toward a fire, away from a flood, or after a departing train. But in the year 1977, the American people, having apparently conquered all other forms of common sense, decided that running was not a symptom of misfortune, but a sign of virtue. They called it jogging. It is a word that suggests a gentle, rhythmic trot, perhaps like a pony in a meadow. In reality, it is a form of self-inflicted penance that involves donning the attire of a circus performer and bouncing one's internal organs against one's ribcage until the mind enters a state of merciful numbness. I have watched this phenomenon from the safety of my porch with the same fascinated horror one might feel while watching a man attempt to eat a piano. You admire the ambition, but you have grave concerns for the plumbing. The costume of the fleet-footed fool. To be a jogger in 1977, one could not simply step out into the street in one's trousers and a sensible shirt. No, that would be walking in a hurry, which is a perfectly respectable way to get to a barbershop. To be a true initiate in the cult of the run, one had to purchase a uniform that would make a peacock feel understated. The primary garment was the velour tracksuit. This was a two-piece ensemble made of a fabric that felt like a mixture of a bath towel and a teddy bear. It came in colors that were designed to be seen from the moon: electric lime, aggressive burgundy, and a shade of blue that could only be found in the center of a butane flame. To wear such a suit is to announce to the world that you are prepared for athletic glory, or perhaps a very long, very soft nap. But the true center of the jogging religion was the sneaker. In my day, a shoe was a piece of leather that protected your feet from the mud and the occasional sharp rock. It was sturdy, it was brown, and it didn't have an opinion. But the 1977 running shoe was a marvel of unnecessary engineering. It was made of nylon and suede, and it possessed a sole so thick and waffled that the wearer appeared to be walking on a pair of very expensive sponges. I saw a man in Central Park who was preening in a pair of these shoes. They were bright yellow with a blue stripe that looked like a check mark from a teacher who had given up on the alphabet. "My friend," I said, leaning on my cane, "are those shoes intended to help you flee the authorities? Or are you expecting a sudden increase in the Earth's gravity?" "They're for impact absorption, Pops," he replied, bouncing on his heels like a man who had been stung by a wasp. "They protect the joints. I'm doing 6 miles today. It's for the heart." I looked at his face. It was the color of a bruised beet. He was gasping for air with a sound like a blacksmith's bellows with a hole in the side. If this was for the heart, I can only conclude that he held a deep-seated grudge against that particular organ and was determined to see it fail before sunset. The high priest of the pavement, Jim Fixx. The man responsible for this madness was a fellow named Jim Fixx. He had written a book titled The Complete Book of Running, which was currently being treated with the kind of reverence usually reserved for the Holy Scriptures. Mr. Fixx's thesis was simple. If you run long enough and hard enough, you will achieve a state of runner's high, a mystical euphoria that will make you forget that your knees are currently screaming for a lawyer. I read a chapter of this book. It suggested that running would prolong one's life. This is a fascinating mathematical theory. If you spend 3 hours a day running to add 3 years to your life, you have essentially spent those 3 extra years running. It is a wash. You are merely trading the comfort of a comfortable chair in your old age for the privilege of being sweaty in the prime of your life. I have always believed that every man is born with a finite number of heartbeats, much like a man is born with a finite amount of money in the bank. If you spend them all at once by sprinting through the suburbs, you're going to find yourself overdrawn much sooner than the man who spends his heartbeats at a leisurely, dignified pace, preferably while sitting down and contemplating a sunset. The public spectacle of misery. The most distressing aspect of the jogging epidemic was its public nature. In 1977, you could not go for a quiet stroll without being passed by a herd of huffing, puffing citizens who looked as though they were being pursued by an invisible swarm of hornets. There is no dignity in a jogger's physiognomy. The mouth is open, the eyes are glazed, and the perspiration is profuse. They do not look like people enjoying a high. They look like people who are being punished for a crime they cannot remember committing. And then there are the shorts. In the 1970s, the running short was a garment of such brevity that it bordered on the scandalous. They were made of a thin, shiny nylon and were slid up the sides to allow for range of motion. To see a middle-aged accountant from Cincinnati trotting down the street in a pair of shiny blue shorts that would be considered tight on a toddler is a sight that cannot be unseen. It is an assault upon the aesthetic sensibilities of the nation. I saw a group of these joggers stopped at a traffic light. They weren't standing still, heaven forbid. They were running in place. They were bobbing up and down, their knees lifting toward their chins, their arms pumping the air. They looked like a collection of mechanical toys that had been wound up too tightly and had no place to go. "Why don't you sit down?" I asked. "The light is red. The universe has given you a moment of peace. Embrace it." "Can't stop the heart rate, man," one of them yelled, his eyes bugging out. "Gotta keep the zone. If I stop, the lactic acid wins." I don't know who this lactic acid fellow is, but he seems to be a very effective slave driver. He has convinced half the population of the United States to turn themselves into human pistons for the sake of a zone that appears to be located somewhere between exhaustion and collapse. The philosophy of the circle. But the true absurdity of jogging is its lack of a destination. If you walk, you are usually going somewhere, to the store, to a friend's house, or to a place where they serve a cold beverage. But a jogger starts at his front door, runs in a giant, agonizing circle for 5 miles, and ends up at his front door. He has expended a tremendous amount of energy, worn out $50 worth of waffled shoes, and terrified the local dogs, all to return to the exact spot where he began. It is a perfect metaphor for the modern age. We are moving faster than ever, we are working harder than ever, and we are sweating more than ever. Yet we aren't actually going anywhere. We are just running in place on a very large, very expensive track. I suspect that the jogging epidemic is another symptom of the me decade. We have become so obsessed with our own longevity that we have forgotten how to live. We treat our bodies like temperamental machines that must be tuned and tested, rather than as vessels for a bit of wit and a lot of good cheer. The final sprint. As the sun sets on 1977, the roads are still filled with the sound of rubber soles hitting the asphalt. Slap, slap, slap. The joggers are still out there, chasing a horizon they will never reach, wearing shorts that leave nothing to the imagination and everything to regret. I watched a young woman jog past my gate yesterday. She was wearing a headband to keep the sweat out of her eyes and had a small plastic device strapped to her arm that was presumably measuring her pulse, her temperature, and her proximity to a nervous breakdown. She looked miserable. She looked exhausted. She looked like she wanted nothing more than to lie down in the grass and sleep for a century. But she didn't stop. She kept going, her face set in a grim mask of health. "Keep it up," I shouted from my rocking chair. "Only 40 more years of this, and you'll be as old as I am, and I did it all while sitting right here with a cold glass of lemonade." She didn't answer. She couldn't. She didn't have the breath to spare. I took a long, slow sip of my drink and settled back into the cushions. My heart rate was a steady, calm rhythm, like a grandfather clock in a quiet hallway. I wasn't in the zone. I wasn't absorbing impact. I wasn't even wearing velour. But as I watched her disappear around the corner, I felt a profound sense of runner's high. Of course, in my case, the high came from the realization that I didn't have to move a single muscle for the rest of the afternoon. And that, my friends, is the only kind of impact absorption a sensible man ever needs. Next, I shall turn my attention to the Queen's Silver Jubilee. If the Americans are obsessed with running in circles, the British are obsessed with a woman who has spent 25 years sitting on a very fancy chair. It's time to see why we still care about a monarchy that has the political power of a decorative doorknob. Chapter 13. The Queen's Silver Jubilee, a view from across the pond on why some folks still insist on keeping a monarchy for decorative purposes. It is a curious and somewhat pathetic fact that the human animal, having spent several thousand years laboriously inventing democracy, constitutional law, and the right to tell a local magistrate to go to the devil, still possesses a deep-seated, superstitious urge to bow before a person who attained their position simply by being born in the right bedroom at the right time. I have always held that a hereditary monarchy is to government what a petrified log is to a fireplace. It is undeniably old. It is impressive to look at, and it is entirely incapable of producing any heat. In the summer of 1977, the British Empire, which was at that point neither an empire nor particularly British in its current economic composition, decided to throw a party that would last for months. They called it the Silver Jubilee, a celebration marking 25 years since Queen Elizabeth II sat down on a very uncomfortable chair in Westminster Abbey and had a 5-pound hat made of gold and diamonds placed upon her head. Now, as an American who remembers a certain unpleasantness involving a tea shipment and a gentleman named George III, I find the concept of a jubilee to be a magnificent humbug. It is a celebration of the fact that a woman has managed to hold a job for a quarter of a century without once being required to make a decision, pass a bill, or explain to a constituent why the taxes on gin are so high. The royal progress and the art of the wave. I crossed the Atlantic to see the festivities for myself, primarily because I was told there would be cake. What I found was a nation that had been completely smothered in a substance called bunting. Bunting is a collection of small triangular flags that the British string across their streets whenever they feel a sudden urge to be patriotic or whenever they need to distract themselves from the fact that it is raining for the 14th day in a row. The centerpiece of the Jubilee was the royal progress. This involved the Queen traveling across her realm so that her subjects could stand in a puddle and watch her drive past at 30 miles an hour. I stood on a street corner in London, surrounded by a crowd of people who were vibrating with a level of excitement usually reserved for the arrival of a messiah or a half-price sale on wool blankets. "She's coming!" a woman next to me shrieked, clutching a Union Jack that was currently dripping red dye onto her coat. "Our Lizzie is coming!" Suddenly, a fleet of black limousines appeared. In the back of one sat a small lady in a pastel-colored hat that looked like a very expensive dessert. She was performing the royal wave. For those of you listening to this in the comfort of your own home, the royal wave is a masterpiece of energy conservation. It is not a vigorous hello. It is a slow, rhythmic rotation of the wrist, as if the Queen were trying to unscrew an invisible light bulb very, very gently. It is a wave that says, I am here, you are there, and I am glad we have established this geographical reality without any unnecessary shouting. The crowd went mad. They cheered, they wept, they waved their soggy flags, and then, 10 seconds later, she was gone. The street was empty, the rain continued to fall, and everyone went back to talking about the price of coal. I marveled at the efficiency of the transaction. The people gave the Queen their devotion, and in exchange, she gave them a brief glimpse of a hat. It is the most successful trade agreement in British history. The street party, a study in soggy sandwiches. But the true heart of the Jubilee was not the palace, but the street party. Throughout the month of June, the British people moved their kitchen tables out into the middle of the road, covered them with paper cloths, and sat down to eat in defiance of both the weather and the concept of flavor. I was invited to a party in a small cul-de-sac in a suburb of London. The atmosphere was one of forced jollity. There were sandwiches made of white bread and cucumber, a vegetable that possesses the nutritional value of a glass of water and the taste of a wet newspaper. There was a substance called trifle, which appeared to be a geological survey of custard, jelly, and sponge cake that had been left in the sun for too long. The conversation was almost entirely about the Queen. "She's such a hard worker, isn't she?" one man said, chewing on a crust. "Never complains, always there." "My dear fellow," I said, "I have a grandfather clock in my hallway that hasn't complained in 60 years and is always there. Should I throw it a parade and give it a yacht?" He looked at me as if I had just suggested that we replace the Archbishop of Canterbury with a trained seal. "It's about the continuity, sir. She's the thread that holds the tapestry together. This is the great British defense of the monarchy. They believe that without a queen to look at, the entire island would simply untether itself from the sea floor and float off toward the North Pole. They need her to be the fixed point. While their politicians are arguing, while their economy is shrinking, and while their teenagers are putting safety pins through their noses, the Queen remains calm, pastel-colored, and eternally waving. Anarchy on the Thames, the punk rock protest. However, not everyone in 1977 was interested in cucumber sandwiches and loyalty. While the grandmothers were knitting tea cozies with the Queen's face on them, a group of young men, known as the Sex Pistols, was busy trying to set fire to the British social contract. On the very day of the Jubilee River pageant, these punks, who looked as though they had been dressed by a committee of angry magpies, rented a boat and sailed down the River Thames, playing a song titled "God Save the Queen." Now, you might think a song with such a title would be a polite tribute. It was not. It was a snarling, discordant anthem that suggested the Queen was not a human being, and that there was no future for the British people. It was loud, it was rude, and it was performed with a level of musical incompetence that I found strangely refreshing. It was the anti-disco. The police, of course, responded with their usual dignity. They chased the boat, boarded it, and arrested everyone in sight. It was a magnificent spectacle. On one side of the river, you had the Queen in a golden carriage. On the other, you had a group of boys in ripped T-shirts being hauled off to the station for the crime of being noisy in the wrong direction. It was a clash of two different types of theater. The Queen's theater was one of tradition and silence. The Punk's theater was one of chaos and noise. Both were equally obsessed with the Queen, though one wanted to kiss her hand and the other wanted to bite it. In the end, the Queen won, of course. She has a much better tailor and a much larger boat. The Jubilee Souvenir, a national sickness. As I made my way back to the airport, I realized that the true legacy of the Silver Jubilee was not a sense of national unity, but a mountain of porcelain souvenirs. In 1977, the British people decided that no surface in their home was complete without a commemorative mug, plate, or spoon. I saw shops filled with thousands of identical items, all featuring a picture of the Queen that made her look like she was suffering from a mild case of indigestion. There were Jubilee tea towels, Jubilee ashtrays, and Jubilee thimbles. I even saw a Jubilee-themed bar of soap. "Does it make you feel more royal when you wash your hands?" I asked the shopkeeper. "It makes you feel like you've done your bit, sir," he replied. That is the genius of the British monarchy. It gives every citizen a bit to do. You buy a mug, you wave a flag, you eat a soggy sandwich, and you feel as though you are part of a grand ancient story. It doesn't matter that the story is mostly about a family that lives in a giant museum and likes to hunt pheasants. It's a story, and humans love a story more than they love the truth. The verdict of the Silver Age. I left England with a sense of weary admiration. The British are a sturdy race, primarily because they have to be to survive their own festivities. They had spent millions of pounds to celebrate a woman who doesn't have a single vote, while their cities were crumbling and their empire was a memory. But as I sat on the plane, I looked at the Jubilee mug I had purchased out of a sense of irony and a need for something to hold my coffee. It was sturdy. It was predictable. It was, in its own way, quite comforting. In a year of pet rocks, disco infernos, and inflationary dollars, perhaps there is something to be said for a queen. She doesn't change her handle. She doesn't wear a leisure suit. She doesn't run in circles in a velour tracksuit. She just stays. "Well, Elizabeth," I whispered to the mug, "I wouldn't want your job for all the diamonds in the tower. But as long as you're willing to keep waving, I suppose the British will keep buying the mugs. It's a living, I reckon." Next, I think I shall return to the American shore to witness a different kind of passing. While the Queen was celebrating 25 years of life, the world was about to lose its own king. We're heading to Memphis, my friends, to see what happens when the king of rock and roll leaves the building for the final time. It's a story of velvet, fried peanut butter, and a loss that felt like the end of an era. Chapter 14. The Death of the King, on the passing of Mr. Presley and the subsequent resurrection of his likeness on every velvet canvas in the South. If August in London was a damp flannel, August in Memphis was a blacksmith's apron, heavy, soot-stained, and hot enough to make a man reconsider every sin he'd ever committed just to avoid the eventual furnace. I have spent many a summer on the Mississippi, and I can tell you that the humidity in Tennessee doesn't just hang in the air. It sits on your chest like a fat ant who's forgotten she's already hugged you. It was in this sweltering, airless soup on the 16th day of August in the year 1977 that the American Republic lost its only true monarch. We had just finished looking at the British Queen, a lady who attained her throne through the sheer stamina of her ancestors. But in Memphis, we had a king who attained his throne through the rhythmic application of his pelvis, and a voice that sounded like melted chocolate poured over a gravel road. I am speaking, of course, of Mr. Elvis Aaron Presley, the divinity of the swivel. Now, I remember when this young fellow first appeared on the scene in the 50s. In those days, he was considered a threat to the very foundations of Western civilization. He had hair that required more grease than a locomotive and a way of moving his lower half that suggested he was being attacked by a very rhythmic swarm of bees. The moral guardians of the nation were in a panic. They feared that if our daughters watched him for more than 3 minutes, they would immediately abandon their needlework and run off to join a motorcycle gang. But by 1977, the rebel had become a monument. He was no longer a threat. He was an institution. He had moved from the devil's music to the gospel of the Las Vegas showroom. He was the American dream personified, a poor boy from Mississippi who had bought a white mansion, a fleet of pink Cadillacs, and enough jewelry to make a pirate captain feel underdressed. However, the king I found in 1977 was a far cry from the lean, hungry youth of the Sun Records days. The years and a diet that would have killed a grizzly bear in its prime had taken their toll. The jumpsuit, the final evolution of the polyester calamity. We have previously discussed the leisure suit, that two-piece atrocity of the common man. But the king did not wear leisure suits. He wore the jumpsuit. This was not a garment. It was an architectural statement. It was a one-piece construction made of heavy white spandex, cinched with a belt the size of a championship boxing trophy, and adorned with enough rhinestones and gold studs to be visible from a low-Earth orbit. It featured a collar that stood up behind his head like the hood of a cobra, and a cape, yes, a cape, that he would flourish with the drama of a Spanish bullfighter. I saw a photograph of him from his final tour. He looked like a magnificent, glittering mountain. He was sweating profusely, his face was puffy, and he appeared to be encased in the suit so tightly that I feared a single high note would cause the entire thing to explode, showering the front row in high-velocity sequins. And yet, the people didn't care. To them, he was still the boy from Tupelo. They didn't see the weight or the fatigue. They saw the legend. They saw a man who had conquered the world and was now, quite literally, outgrowing it. The culinary tragedy, the peanut butter and banana overture. One cannot discuss the decline of the king without discussing his relationship with the kitchen. Elvis did not eat to live. He lived to perform acts of culinary violence. His favorite delicacy was the fried peanut butter and banana sandwich. Now, a peanut butter and banana sandwich is a perfectly respectable snack for a child or a man with a very loose grasp on reality. But the king required that the entire assembly be fried in a pan with a half-pound of butter until it was a golden, oozing mass of cardiac arrest. I was told he once flew his private jet, the Lisa Marie, all the way to Denver just to pick up 22 fool's gold loaves. This was a hollowed-out loaf of bread filled with a jar of peanut butter, a jar of grape jelly, and a pound of fried bacon. It is estimated to contain 8,000 calories. A man who looks at a pound of bacon and thinks, "This needs a loaf of bread and a jar of jelly to be truly effective," is a man who has made his peace with the great beyond and is merely waiting for the invitation. It is a magnificent, tragic American excess. We don't do anything halfway in this country, not even our cholesterol. The passing on the porcelain throne. On that fateful afternoon in August, the news broke. The king was dead. The details were whispered with a mixture of horror and a very human sort of snark. He had not passed away on a field of glory, nor had he expired in the arms of a beautiful starlet. He was found on the floor of his bathroom at Graceland. There is a profound Shakespearean irony in a king dying in the smallest room in the house. The throne had become a very different sort of seat. The official cause was a cardiac arrhythmia, but the unofficial cause was that his body simply gave up under the strain of being Elvis Presley. He was 42 years old, an age when most men are just beginning to realize they can't eat spicy food after 9 o'clock, yet Elvis had already lived 3 lifetimes and consumed enough pharmaceutical products to stock a medium-sized hospital. The resurrection in velvet. The reaction to his death was unlike anything I have ever witnessed. It was as if the sun had gone out and been replaced by a neon sign. Memphis was instantly descended upon by thousands of mourners. They stood in the heat, weeping openly, clutching their 1956 yearbooks and their Elvis in Hawaii souvenirs. The gates of Graceland, which featured 2 musical notes and a likeness of the king, became a shrine. But the most peculiar aspect of the morning was the sudden explosion of velvet paintings. In 1977, if you had a blank wall in your home, it was considered a failure of patriotism if you didn't fill it with a portrait of Elvis, painted on black velvet. There is something about the texture of velvet that appeals to the American soul. It is soft, it is cheap, and it looks remarkably like the king's sideburns. These paintings featured Elvis in various stages of his career: young Elvis, Army Elvis, jumpsuit Elvis, and even celestial Elvis hovering over a landscape of clouds. They were sold on street corners, out of the backs of trucks, and in every gas station between Memphis and New Orleans. It was a secondary market for grief, conducted in shades of neon blue and electric pink. The Elvi, a multiplication of monarchs. As the weeks passed, a strange biological phenomenon occurred. The king began to multiply. Since there was no longer a real Elvis to perform, the vacuum was filled by impersonators. They preferred to be called tribute artists, but to the rest of us, they were the LVI. Suddenly, every town in America had its own Elvis. There were thin ones, fat ones, young ones, and ones who appeared to be made entirely of hairspray and hope. I saw one in a shopping mall in Ohio. He was wearing a jumpsuit that didn't quite meet in the middle, and he was singing Suspicious Minds to a crowd of housewives who were looking at him with an intensity that was frankly alarming. "Is he the king?" a small boy asked his mother. "No, honey," she replied, dabbing her eyes. "But he's got the sideburns, and in this economy, that's as close as we're going to get." The Elvis is alive humbug. The final stage of the 1977 Elvis madness was the refusal to believe he was actually gone. A rumor began to circulate, a rumor that has persisted into your own century, that Elvis had faked his death to escape the pressures of fame. People began seeing him everywhere. He was spotted at a Burger King in Kalamazoo. He was seen pumping gas in a small town in Oregon. He was allegedly observed shopping for pajamas in a discount store in Florida. I have a theory about this. The American people cannot accept the death of a king because we don't have a backup. In England, when the Queen dies, they just bring out the next person in line. But in America, Elvis was the end of the line. If he's gone, then we're just left with Jimmy Carter and the inflationary dollar, and nobody wants to go to a concert to see a man talk about the price of peanuts. So we keep him alive in our minds. We imagine him sitting on a beach somewhere, eating a fried peanut butter sandwich and laughing at the LVI in the shopping malls. It's a comforting thought. It's the ultimate American tall tale. The verdict of the Gilded Age. As I left Memphis, the sound of "Love Me Tender" was still drifting from every doorway. Elvis was gone, but his ghost was just getting started. He had become a brand, a religion, and a cautionary tale about the price of the American dream. We love our kings in this country, but we prefer them when they are icons. We like them shiny, we like them loud, and we like them to stay exactly as they were when they first made us feel like the world was wide and full of possibilities. Well, Elvis, I thought as I crossed the bridge over the Mississippi, you did it. You became the biggest thing in the world, and then you became something even bigger. You became a memory that won't sit still. I looked back at the lights of the city. Somewhere in the dark, I'm sure there was a man in a white jumpsuit adjusting his cape and preparing to go on stage. He wasn't the king, but he'd do. In 1977, doing was the best we could hope for. Next, I shall turn my attention to the Concorde. If Elvis was the king of the earth, the Concorde was the king of the skies. It was a needle-nosed marvel that could cross the Atlantic faster than a rumor, only to arrive in London with your luggage still in 1976. Mercy sakes, we're moving fast now. Chapter 15. The Concorde, crossing the Atlantic faster than a rumor, only to arrive in London with your luggage still in 1976. In my youth, if a man wished to cross the Atlantic, he did so with a certain amount of theological resignation. He packed a trunk, said a lengthy goodbye to his creditors, and spent 2 weeks on a steamship contemplating the immense, undulating indifference of the ocean. It was a journey that allowed for a great deal of character growth, several bouts of seasickness, and the reading of at least 3 long-winded Russian novels. By the time you arrived in Liverpool, you were a different man, mostly because you were older, saltier, and had forgotten what it felt like to stand on a floor that didn't pitch like a drunken sailor in a gale. But in the year of our Lord 1977, the human race decided that character growth was a waste of time, and that the Atlantic Ocean was merely a nuisance to be bypassed as quickly as humanly possible. To achieve this, they built a machine called the Concorde. It is a slender, needle-nosed contraption of aluminum and arrogance that looks less like a passenger carriage and more like a silver dart thrown by a god who is running late for a lunch appointment. It is the only vehicle I have ever encountered that appears to be traveling at 1,000 miles an hour, even when it is standing perfectly still on the tarmac, looking down its long, drooping nose at the common Boeings, as if they were nothing but glorified farm wagons. The architecture of the drooping beak. The most striking feature of this mechanical marvel is its droop nose. When the Concorde prepares to land, its nose tilts downward with a weary, mournful grace, giving it the appearance of a very sophisticated bird sniffing for a particularly elusive worm. I asked a French engineer why a machine required such a flexible snout. "It is so the pilots can see the ground, monsieur," he explained, with that particular Gallic shrug that suggests the question was both stupid and beneath his dignity. At the angle of attack required for landing, the nose would otherwise obscure the world. "I see," I replied. "So we have built a machine so fast that it blinded its own drivers, and the solution was to make the airplane bow to the runway like a waiter receiving a tip. Truly, the progress of science is a wonder to behold." The interior, however, is where the progress becomes a bit more intimate. One might expect that a ticket costing several thousand inflationary dollars would entitle a man to a cabin the size of a ballroom. Not so. The Concorde is as narrow as a schoolmaster's temper. The seats are arranged in pairs, and the ceiling is so low that a man of average stature must crouch like a repentant sinner just to find his place. To fly in the Concorde is to be pampered with the finest champagne while being squeezed into a silver pipe like a very expensive sardine. The sonic boom, the neighborhood nuisance. The Concorde does not simply fly, it tears. It is capable of traveling at Mach 2, which is a scientific way of saying it travels at twice the speed of sound. This means that the airplane arrives at its destination long before its own noise has even had a chance to put on its boots and leave the airport. However, this speed comes with a price, and that price is the sonic boom. When the Concorde breaks the sound barrier, it releases a thunderous crack that sounds as though the sky has just been unzipped by a giant with no regard for the local ordinance. In 1977, this caused a diplomatic incident in New York City that nearly resulted in a second Revolutionary War. The inhabitants of Queens and Long Island, who are not known for their quiet or retiring nature, protested the arrival of the Concorde at JFK Airport. They claimed the noise would shatter their windows, curdle their milk, and cause their poodles to suffer from nervous exhaustion. I stood on a street corner in Howard Beach and watched the protesters. They had signs that said, "SST, stick it," and "ban the boom." "It's an assault on our ears," one woman screamed at me, waving a placard. "We can't hear our televisions. We can't hear our children." "Madam," I suggested, "given the quality of television in 1977 and the volume of most children, perhaps the Concorde is doing you a monumental favor. Think of it as a momentary reprieve from the mundane." She did not take my suggestion in the spirit it was offered. It seems that even in the glittered age, people are very attached to their own particular brand of noise and are highly suspicious of any racket that comes from a foreign power. The time travel paradox. But the true dizzying genius of the Concorde is the way it treats the clock. Because it travels faster than the rotation of the earth, a man can leave London at breakfast time and arrive in New York before he left. I sat in the lounge at Heathrow sipping a cup of lukewarm tea and contemplating this impossibility. If I depart at 11 a.m. and arrive at 9 a.m., have I gained 2 hours of life? And if I have, what am I expected to do with them? I suspect the average American uses that extra time to buy another pet rock or listen to an 8-track tape, which seems a poor use of a temporal miracle. It is a strange feeling to be ahead of the sun. As you fly west at 60,000 feet, twice as high as a common cloud and nearly high enough to see the curvature of the earth, the sky turns a dark, bruised purple. You are in a realm where the air is too thin to breathe, and the heat of the friction is enough to expand the metal of the airplane by nearly a foot. "We are currently stretching," the captain announced over the intercom, his voice as calm as if he were describing the weather in a garden. "The friction of the air is heating the hull to over 100 degrees Celsius. The airplane is now 12 inches longer than it was on the ground." "I hope the rivets are aware of this," I muttered to my neighbor, a man who was currently eating caviar with a tiny mother-of-pearl spoon. It would be a terrible inconvenience if the front of the airplane arrived in Manhattan and the tail was still somewhere over the mid-Atlantic. The jet set delusion. Who are the people who inhabit this silver needle? They are the jet set. They are the international financiers, the movie stars, and the people who are so important that they cannot afford to spend 6 hours in a chair. They are in a hurry to get to meetings where they will discuss how to move money from one side of the world to the other, only to turn around and fly back again. I watched a businessman across the aisle. He was working on a set of papers with a frantic intensity. He had paid 5 times the normal fare to save 3 hours of time. "Sir," I said, "now that you have saved these 3 hours, what will you do with the surplus? Will you write an epic poem? Will you reconcile with a long-lost brother? Will you sit in a park and watch the squirrels?" He looked at me as if I were a ghost from a much slower and more tedious century. "I'm going to a lunch in Midtown, and then I'm catching the 4 p.m. flight back to Paris." "Ah," I said, "so you are crossing the ocean twice in a day to eat a piece of salmon in a different zip code. Truly, we are a magnificent species." The Concorde is the ultimate expression of the 1977 ethos. It is fast, it is flashy, it is prohibitively expensive, and it doesn't actually solve anything. It is a technological triumph that serves no purpose other than to prove that we can do it. It is the leisure suit of the sky, a thing made of modern materials that makes everyone inside it feel very special, while the rest of the world looks on with a mixture of envy and irritation. The descent into reality. When the Concorde finally touches down, with its nose bowed low in that aforementioned posture of apology, the illusion of the future vanishes. You step out of the silver tube and are immediately met by the same grim realities you left behind. The customs officials are just as grumpy, the baggage handlers are just as deliberate in their destruction of your luggage, and the taxis are just as yellow and smelly as they were in 1976. You have crossed the Atlantic in 3.5 hours, but your soul is still somewhere over the Azores trying to catch up with your body. It takes a human spirit at least 3 days to cross an ocean. To do it in 3 hours is a violent act that leaves a man feeling hollowed out, like a pumpkin after Halloween. As I stood in the terminal at JFK, watching the sleek white bird prepare for its return journey, I felt a strange sense of pity for it. It was too fast for the world it inhabited. It was a creature of the future trapped in a decade of disco and inflation. It wanted to be a starship, but it was forced to be a bus for people with too much money and too little patience. "Well," I said, adjusting my hat and looking for a bus that moved at a more dignified 19th century pace, "it's a grand way to travel if you're a telegram. but for a man with a sense of humor and a fondness for a long nap, I think I'll stick to the slow boat next time. At least on the boat, the sun stays where it's supposed to be, and the nose of the ship doesn't try to look for change on the ocean floor. Next, I shall turn my attention to the Macho Man delusion. If the Concorde was about the speed of our travel, the Macho Man was about the speed of our vanity. We're going to look at chest hair, gold chains, and the sudden requirement for every man to look like he just stepped off a pirate ship and into a hair salon. Chapter 16. The Macho Man delusion, concerning the sudden requirement for men to possess chest hair, gold chains, and an unearned sense of confidence. There was a time in this country, a time of stiff collars and even stiffer moralities, when a man's masculinity was a quiet, private matter, much like his choice of undergarments or his particular method of avoiding a creditor. In the 19th century, if a man was manly, it was usually because he had successfully navigated a riverboat through a fog, survived a duel with a disgruntled colonel, or managed to sit through a 3-hour sermon without falling into a coma. He didn't need to announce his virility to the neighbors. His beard, which usually contained enough foliage to house a family of sparrows, did the talking for him. But in the year of our Lord 1977, the American male underwent a transformation so profound and so ridiculous that it suggests a mass hallucination on a continental scale. He abandoned the quiet dignity of the silent provider and replaced it with a theatrical high-gloss performance known as being macho. It was a time when a man's worth was measured not by the content of his character, but by the depth of his unbuttoned shirt and the specific density of the shrubbery residing on his sternum. The hirsute requirement. The primary currency of the macho age was chest hair. I do not know what happened to the American endocrine system in the late 70s, but suddenly every man from Maine to Malibu appeared to be in the process of being reclaimed by the forest. In my day, if a man had a hairy chest, he kept it under a wool vest and a linen shirt, and he only revealed it to his physician or a very startled wife. But in 1977, the chest was a billboard. The fashion of the day dictated that a shirt, usually made of that aforementioned petroleum-based polyester, should be unbuttoned to a point approximately 3 inches above the navel. I stood on a street corner in San Francisco and watched the parade of manhood. I saw men who looked as though they had swallowed a very large and very angry sheepdog, which was now attempting to escape through their shirt collars. "Pardon me, sir," I said to a gentleman who was preening in front of a shop window. "I noticed your torso appears to be under a state of siege by a thicket of brown briars. Have you considered a lawn mower, or is this a localized attempt to provide a habitat for endangered songbirds?" He looked at me with a sneer that was likely practiced in front of a mirror for hours. "It's a natural look, man. It's virility. It shows I'm a predator." "A predator?" I replied. "You look like a man who has been caught in a carpet-weaving machine and is slowly losing the fight. If that is virility, I shall stick to my starch and my suspenders. At least they don't require a daily application of conditioner." The altar of the gold chain. But the hair was merely the canvas. The true masterpiece was the gold chain. In 1977, a man was not considered fully dressed unless he was wearing at least 3 pounds of gold around his neck. These chains were not subtle. They were thick, heavy, and often adorned with a variety of charms. A gold horn, a zodiac sign, or perhaps a miniature likeness of a person's own ego. The purpose of the gold chain was twofold. First, to catch the light of the disco ball and redirect it into the eyes of any passing female. And second, to provide a weight that would keep the unbuttoned shirt from flapping away in a stiff breeze. It was a magnificent piece of engineering. The more hair a man possessed, the more chains he required until he resembled a very hairy, very expensive anchor. I saw one fellow who was wearing so much hardware that he walked with a slight forward lean, as if he were constantly on the verge of being dragged to the pavement by the sheer gravity of his own vanity. "Is that a necklace?" I asked, "or are you currently being towed by a very small, very wealthy tugboat?" "It's 18 karat, Pops," he grunted. "Shows I've arrived." Arrived where? I wondered. The pawn shop, or the realization that you have the neck muscles of a draft horse? The colt of the mustache, the lip rug revolution. And then there was the mustache. Now, I have always been a fan of facial hair. A mustache can provide a man with a certain gravitas. It can hide a weak lip or provide a convenient place to store a bit of soup for later. But the 1977 mustache, the porn stash, as the more irreverent youth would later call it, was a different breed. It was a thick, drooping, horseshoe-shaped affair that dominated the lower half of the face. It was championed by a gentleman named Burt Reynolds, a movie star who spent the better part of the year driving a Trans Am and winking at the camera. Mr. Reynolds possessed a mustache of such authority that it appeared to have its own agent and a separate contract with the film studio. Suddenly, every man in America, from the high school principal to the local plumber, was growing a Burt. It was a requirement for the macho look. It suggested a rugged, outdoorsy nature, even if the wearer's only experience with the outdoors was walking from his air-conditioned car to an air-conditioned office. I saw a bank teller in Chicago who had grown a mustache so vast that he had to lift it with one hand to lick a postage stamp. It was a magnificent, bushy tragedy. It looked like a hibernating caterpillar that had decided to take up permanent residence on his upper lip. The professionalization of manhood, the village people. The ultimate expression of this macho delusion arrived in the form of a musical troupe known as the Village People. This was a collection of gentlemen who dressed up as the archetypes of American masculinity: the cowboy, the construction worker, the biker, the soldier, the policeman, and, for some reason, a Native American chief in a full feather headdress. They sang a song titled Macho Man, which involved a great deal of rhythmic grunting and flexing of muscles. To the casual observer, it was a celebration of manliness. To anyone with a modicum of wit, it was a hilarious parody. They had taken the macho look to its logical, absurd conclusion. They were saying, "Look at us. We are so masculine that we have to wear costumes to prove it." I watched them on a television program. They were dancing in unison, their gold chains clinking, their mustaches quivering with effort. "Uncle Mark," my nephew asked, "don't they look powerful?" "They look like a box of children's toys that has been struck by lightning," I replied. "If a man has to dress like a construction worker to feel like a man, he is in a very precarious state of mind. A real construction worker doesn't dance to a disco beat. He sits on a steel beam and eats a ham sandwich in silence, which is a far more macho activity than anything I see on that screen. The fragility of the performance. The great irony of the Macho Man was that for all his talk of toughness, he was an incredibly fragile creature. He spent more time in front of a mirror than a debutante. He used more hairspray than a Las Vegas showgirl to ensure his natural look didn't succumb to the wind. He worried about the luster of his gold chains and the definition of his chest hair. It was a performance of masculinity that was entirely disconnected from the reality of being a man. Being a man, as I have always understood it, involves a certain amount of stoicism, a willingness to take responsibility, and the ability to tell a good story without exaggerating your own role in it more than 50%. But the Macho Man of 1977 didn't want to be a man. He wanted to be an icon. He wanted to be the guy on the cover of the romance novel. He wanted to be the hero of a disco song. He wanted the world to look at him and see a predator, even if he was actually just a guy who worked in accounting and had a mild allergy to polyester. The final fade. As the year drew to a close, the Macho Man delusion began to show signs of wear. The gold chains were tarnishing, the mustaches were becoming food traps, and the unbuttoned shirts were starting to look less like virility and more like a lack of buttons. The American male was starting to realize that being macho was exhausting. It required too much maintenance, it was too expensive, and frankly, it was too cold in the winter to have your shirt open to your belly button. I saw a fellow in a coffee shop in December. He had buttoned his shirt all the way to the top. He had shaved his mustache. He looked relieved. "Giving up the hunt?" I asked. "My chest was getting chilly," he replied, "and I got my gold chain caught in a revolving door. I decided that if I have to risk strangulation to look like a man, I'd rather just look like a person." "A wise choice," I said. "A person is a much sturdier thing to be than an icon. Icons have a habit of breaking when the wind changes." I walked out into the crisp winter air, my own coat buttoned tight, my own beard, which is entirely natural and requires no gold chains for emphasis, keeping me warm. The age of the Macho Man was a brief, glittery, hairy fever. It was a testament to our desire to be something other than what we are. But as I looked at the stars, which have been around much longer than Burt Reynolds' mustache, I felt a sense of peace. The stars don't have to be macho, they just have to shine. And in the end, that's all any of us can really hope for, to shine a little bit, even if we're wearing a sensible wool sweater and have absolutely no gold around our necks. Next, I shall turn my attention to the microwave oven. If the Macho Man was a disaster of fashion, the microwave was a disaster of the kitchen. We're going to look at a machine that can turn a steak into a piece of vulcanized rubber in under 3 minutes. Mercy sakes, the future is a dangerous place for a man who likes his dinner properly cooked. Chapter 17. The Microwave Oven, a scientific marvel that turns a steak into a piece of vulcanized rubber in under 3 minutes. I have long been of the mind that the history of human progress is merely a record of our increasingly complicated attempts to avoid waiting for things. In the primitive days, if a man wanted a hot meal, he had to go out and negotiate with a buffalo, drag it home, and spend half a day coaxing a spark out of 2 sticks until he had a fire respectable enough to roast a haunch. It was a slow, meditative process that allowed a man to contemplate his sins and develop a healthy appetite. But in the year 1977, the American housewife and her increasingly bewildered husband decided that the laws of thermodynamics were a personal insult. They demanded that their dinner be ready before they had even finished deciding they were hungry. And science, ever the eager servant of our most foolish whims, responded with a box of electronic wizardry known as the microwave oven. They called it the Raider-Range. The name alone suggests a piece of military equipment, perhaps something salvaged from a battleship or a secret laboratory in the desert. It is a squat, heavy, unlovely block of metal and glass that sits upon the kitchen counter with the brooding silence of a gargoyle. It does not glow with the honest, flickering warmth of a hearth. It does not smell of wood smoke or seasoned iron. It simply hums. It hums with a low, sinister vibration that suggests it is currently busy rearranging the very molecules of the universe. And it might just decide to rearrange yours if you stand too close for too long. The alchemy of the invisible wave. I was given a demonstration of this miracle in a suburban kitchen in New Jersey, a state that, in my experience, is the primary testing ground for all things loud, bright, and unnecessary. My hostess, a lady who possessed a level of enthusiasm for kitchen appliances that bordered on the religious, approached the machine with a frozen slab of what she claimed was a Salisbury steak. "Watch this, Mark," she said, her finger hovering over a dial that looked like it belonged on a safe. "In 5 minutes, this will be a piping hot banquet." "Madam," I replied, "that object is currently a block of ice with the structural integrity of a paving stone. To turn it into a banquet in 5 minutes would require the intervention of a deity or a very small, very targeted volcanic eruption." She pressed a button. A light came on. A plate began to spin, and the machine began to hum. I have since learned the theory behind this sorcery. It involves microwaves, invisible rays of energy that cause the water molecules inside the food to vibrate with such frantic intensity that they generate heat through friction. It is, essentially, a way of making your dinner so nervous that it begins to sweat. It is a scientific seance. Instead of applying heat to the outside of the food, as nature intended, the microwave attacks the food from within. It is a domestic insurrection. It is the first time in history that a man's dinner has been cooked by its own internal agitation. The culinary catastrophe, gray meat and lava potatoes. After the allotted 5 minutes, the machine let out a sharp, triumphant ding, a sound that I suspect was designed to wake the neighbors and announce that science had once again triumphed over tradition. The lady removed the Salisbury steak. I approached it with a fork and a great deal of suspicion. It was indeed hot. It was steaming. But it was also gray. In the 19th century, we understood that meat should be brown on the outside and pink on the inside. This is the natural order of things. A steak should be seared by the flame, creating a crust of flavor that protects the juices within. But the microwave oven has no interest in aesthetics. It produces meat that looks like it has been through a very stressful legal deposition. It is limp, it is uniform, and it possesses the texture of a damp sponge that has been left in a gym locker for a week. "How is it?" she asked, her eyes gleaming. "It is efficient," I said, trying to find a word that wouldn't result in my being asked to leave. It has the temperature of a meal, but the soul of a chemistry experiment. I feel as though I am eating a rumor of beef. But the true treachery of the microwave is revealed in the baked potato. Under normal circumstances, a potato requires an hour in a hot oven to achieve a state of fluffy perfection. In the microwave, it takes 6 minutes. However, the microwave potato follows a different set of physical laws. The outside remains cool and somewhat leathery, while the interior is transformed into a pocket of superheated liquid lava. I watched a gentleman attempt to eat one of these miracle potatoes. He took a hearty bite, and for a moment I thought he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. His eyes bulged, his face turned a shade of purple that matched his leisure suit, and he began to emit a series of high-pitched whistles. He had discovered the great secret of 1977. A microwaved potato is not a foodstuff. It is a thermal weapon. It will remain at a temperature capable of melting lead for approximately 3 days after it has been removed from the oven. The egg, a miniature artillery shell. I must also warn the listener about the microwaved egg. There is a certain type of person, usually a bachelor with more curiosity than sense, who decides that the microwave is the perfect tool for boiling an egg without the hassle of a pot of water. This is a mistake that one only makes once, provided one survives the experience. Because the microwave heats from the inside, the pressure within the shell builds up with the speed of a steam boiler with a jammed valve. There is no warning. There is no simmering. There is only a sudden, violent detonation that sounds like a derringer going off in a tin bucket. I saw the aftermath of such an event. The interior of the oven looked as though it had been decorated by a madman with a penchant for yellow paint and architectural ruin. The egg didn't just break, it achieved a state of total atmospheric dispersion. It was everywhere. It was in the vents, it was on the light bulb, and I suspect a small portion of it had been propelled into a different dimension entirely. The death of the kitchen conversation. But the real tragedy of the microwave oven is not what it does to the food, but what it does to the home. The kitchen used to be the heart of the house, a place of aromas, of simmering pots, and of the slow rhythmic labor of preparation. You could judge the character of a family by the smell of their kitchen at 5 o'clock. But in 1977, the kitchen has become a refueling station. With the arrival of the microwave, the TV dinner has reached its final horrific evolution. We no longer sit at a table and discuss the day's events while the roast finishes. We stand in front of a humming box, watching a plastic tray spin in circles, waiting for the ding, so we can retreat to the living room and eat our gray meat in front of a television program about a bionic woman or a talking car. We have traded the ritual for the result. We have traded the aroma for the speed. We have decided that the 20 minutes we save by not using the stove are so valuable that we must have them at any cost, even if that cost is a steak that has the consistency of a rubber boot. The radiation paranoia. Finally, there is the matter of the death rays. Because the microwave is a product of the atomic age, the public is convinced that it is slowly poisoning them with invisible radiation. In 1977, it is a common sight to see a person put a bowl of soup in the oven, press the button, and then sprint to the other side of the house as if they were fleeing a gas leak. There are manuals that tell you not to stare through the glass window while it is operating, lest your eyeballs be hard-boiled in their sockets. There are rumors that the rays can leak out and scramble the brains of the family dog, or cause the garage door to open of its own accord. "Is it safe?" I asked a salesman in a department store. "It has a triple-lock, lead-shielded door, sir," he shouted over the din of a nearby disco record. "It's safer than a bank vault." "Then why," I asked, "does the manual suggest I stay 3 feet away from it while it's making my oatmeal?" He didn't have an answer, but that is the way of 1977. We are terrified of the things we love, and we love the things that terrify us. We want the speed of the future, but we have the nagging suspicion that the future is trying to kill us, one vibrating water molecule at a time. A plea for the slow roast. As I left that New Jersey kitchen, the smell of slightly singed plastic still haunting my nostrils, I felt a profound sense of nostalgia for the 19th century. I missed the wood stove. I missed the 3-hour pot roast. I missed the dinner that had the decency to look like it had once been part of a living creature rather than a prop from a science fiction play. The microwave oven is a magnificent achievement, to be sure. It is a testament to our cleverness. But cleverness is not the same thing as wisdom, and it is certainly not the same thing as good cooking. "Well," I said to myself as I walked home past a row of houses all humming with the sound of Raider-Ranks, "if this is the way the world is going, I suppose I shall eventually be buried in a lead-lined coffin that can be heated to 400 degrees in under 10 seconds. It will be efficient, it will be fast, and I'll be gray from head to toe. But at least I won't have to wait for the resurrection. Next, I shall turn my eye toward the Trans Am chariot. If the microwave was the engine of the kitchen, the Trans Am was the engine of the American ego. We're going to look at a car that screams, 'Look at me,' mostly because the engine is too loud for any other form of communication. It's a study in black paint, gold birds, and a man who refuses to grow up." Chapter 18. The Trans Am Chariot, a treatise on the automobile that screams, "Look at me," mostly because the engine is too loud for any other form of communication. I have always maintained that the horse is the only form of transportation that possesses both a soul and a sense of humor. A horse can look a man in the eye, judge his character, and decide with a flick of its tail whether he is worthy of being carried or whether he deserves to be deposited head first into a bramble bush. There is a mutual respect in the relationship between a man and his mount. But in the year of our Lord 1977, the American male decided to trade this noble partnership for a 4-wheeled box of combustion and vanity known as the Pontiac Trans Am. Now, I have seen some magnificent chariots in my time. I have seen the gilded carriages of European monarchs, and I have seen the steam-powered locomotives that conquered the West. But the Trans Am is a different breed of beast entirely. It is not a vehicle for travel, it is a vehicle for announcement. It does not merely arrive, it detonates upon the scenery. It is a car designed for the man who feels that his presence in the world is being insufficiently noted by the general public, and who has decided to remedy this by driving a low-slung black and gold monument to the concept of too much. The theology of the screaming chicken. The most striking feature of the 1977 Trans Am, the thing that separates it from a mere automobile and turns it into a religious artifact, is the hood decal. I walked past a dealership in Georgia, a state that, as we have discussed, is the epicenter of the glittered age, and was met with the sight of a giant fiery bird spread across the hood of a black car. It was rendered in various shades of gold and orange, and it appeared to be in the process of exploding. "What in the name of the great beyond is that?" I asked a salesman who was currently adjusting his gold chains. "Is that a phoenix rising from the ashes, or has a very large and very angry rooster been caught in a printing press?" "That's the screaming chicken, Pops," he replied, with a grin that was nearly as wide as the car's wheelbase. "It's the Firebird. It represents power. It represents speed. It represents the fact that you're the boss of the road." I looked at the bird. It was a masterpiece of decorative mendacity. It is a scientific fact that placing a picture of a bird on a piece of sheet metal does not make it fly, nor does it improve the fuel economy. If anything, the sheer weight of the ink probably costs you a mile to the gallon. And yet, to the American male of 1977, that bird was a badge of courage. It told the world, "I may have a mortgage, I may have a boss who hates me, and I may have a leisure suit that itches, but when I am behind this bird, I am a king." The T-top, a design flaw, marketed as a luxury. The second great innovation of the Trans Am was the T-top. In the old days, a car either had a roof or it didn't. This was a binary system that worked well for everyone involved. But the 1970s was a decade of compromise, usually the kind of compromise that leaves everyone unhappy. The T-top involved two removable glass panels that left a sturdy bar of metal running down the center of the roof. The theory was that you could enjoy the open-air experience without the structural instability of a full convertible. The reality was that you possessed a car with a roof that leaked like a sieve. I saw a gentleman attempting to remove his T-tops in a parking lot. It was a delicate operation, akin to a surgeon removing a gallbladder. He had to unlatch them, lift them out with a grunt, and then carefully place them in individual vinyl bags in the trunk. By the time he was finished, he was sweating profusely and had managed to smudge the glass with enough fingerprints to provide the FBI with work for a decade. "Now," he said, wiping his brow, "I can feel the wind in my hair." "And," I noted, looking at the darkening sky, "you can feel the rain in your lap. You have essentially paid extra for a car that provides the same level of shelter as a gazebo in a hurricane. Truly, the progress of engineering is a marvel." The T-top was designed for the macho man we discussed earlier. It allowed him to show off his mustache and his gold chains to the passing public while maintaining the illusion that he was driving a fighter jet. But if he drove faster than 40 miles an hour, the wind noise was so great that it sounded like he was being followed by a squadron of angry hornets, and any conversation with his passenger had to be conducted via semaphore or high-decibel shouting. The soundtrack of the asphalt. A Trans Am does not possess a muffler in the traditional sense of the word. A muffler is intended to muffle. It is a device of politeness and consideration. The Trans Am possesses a rumble box. When the driver turns the key, the engine, a 6.6-liter beast that consumes gasoline with the enthusiasm of a politician at an open bar, lets out a low guttural growl that can be felt in the dental work of anyone within a 3-block radius. It is a sound that says, I am burning a gallon of fuel every 4 minutes, and I don't care who knows it. I sat in a diner and watched a young man rev his engine at a stoplight. He sat there, his foot twitching on the pedal, vroom, 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 while a cloud of blue smoke enveloped the car behind him. Is the machine ill? I asked the waitress. It sounds like it's having a respiratory crisis. No, she sighed. He's just feathering the throttle. He thinks it makes him look like Burt Reynolds. Ah, yes, Burt Reynolds. We cannot speak of the Trans Am without speaking of the film Smokey and the Bandit. In 1977, this motion picture transformed the Trans Am from a car into a cultural imperative. In the film, Mr. Reynolds drives the car across the South, jumping over broken bridges, outrunning the police, and winking at a young lady named Sally Field. The American public saw this and reached a collective, illogical conclusion. If I buy that car, I too will be able to jump over bridges and wink at Sally Field. They forgot that Mr. Reynolds was a professional actor. The bridges were reinforced with steel ramps, and Sally Field was being paid to be in the car. The common man bought the Trans Am and found that when he tried to jump a bridge, he simply broke his axle and received a very stern lecture from a state trooper named Floyd, who didn't look anything like Jackie Gleason. The interior, a plastic cockpit. The interior of the Trans Am was a masterpiece of brushed aluminum and imitation leather. It was designed to look like the cockpit of a legendary aircraft, provided that aircraft was built by a toy company with a surplus of black plastic. The dashboard featured a rally cluster of gauges that monitored everything from the oil pressure to the driver's increasing sense of self-importance. There was a clock that never kept the right time and a radio that was almost entirely obscured by the noise of the wind and the engine. The seats were buckets, a term that I found quite accurate, as they were designed to hold you in place while the car took a corner at a speed that would make a physicist weep. They were covered in a vinyl that possessed the remarkable ability to be freezing cold in the winter and hot enough to sear the skin off your thighs in the summer. To sit in a Trans Am in August while wearing shorts is to experience a level of physical suffering that was previously reserved for the Spanish Inquisition. The paradox of the double nickels. But the greatest irony of the Trans Am in 1977 was the national speed limit. As we have discussed, the federal government had decreed that no one should travel faster than 55 miles per hour. Here was a car built for the express purpose of outrunning the wind, equipped with an engine that didn't even begin to clear its throat until it hit 80, and yet it was legally required to crawl along the highway at a speed that a determined cyclist could almost match. It was a magnificent, frustrating contradiction. It was like owning a thoroughbred racehorse and being forced to use it only for pulling a milk wagon. The drivers dealt with this by installing the CB radios we mentioned earlier. They would talk to one another across the airwaves, alerting each other to the smoky bears in the grass, so that they could enjoy approximately 3 seconds of speed before slamming on the brakes and looking innocent. I saw a Trans Am on the interstate, its gold bird shimmering in the sun. The driver looked miserable. He was stuck behind a truck hauling a load of gravel. His engine was growling with suppressed rage, and he was being passed by a grandmother in a station wagon who was doing 56 and feeling reckless. "It's the image, man," he shouted to me as I passed him in my more sensible, if less aerodynamic, rented sedan. It's about what the car could do if the world were fair. My friend, I replied, waiting for the world to be fair is a very slow way to travel. You might as well have bought a mule. At least a mule can eat the grass while you're waiting for the laws to change. The final burnout. As the decade of the 70s drew to a close, the Trans Am began to fade into the rearview mirror of history. The gas crisis became more acute, the insurance companies became more suspicious, and the public eventually realized that a car with a giant bird on the hood is a very difficult thing to explain to a bank manager. But for one shining, loud black and gold moment in 1977, the Trans Am was the chariot of the American soul. It represented our desire to be faster, louder, and more noticeable than our neighbors. It was a rolling testament to the fact that we would rather look cool in a leaking car than be sensible in a dry one. I walked through a parking lot last night and saw one of these relics. It was dusty, the T-tops were taped shut with duct tape, and the screaming chicken was peeling at the edges. It looked like a tired old veteran of a war that nobody remembered winning. I tipped my hat to it. "Rest easy, old bird," I whispered. "You gave us a show, and that's more than most politicians can say. You were a magnificent humbug, and the world is a little bit quieter and a lot more boring without your rumble." Next, I shall turn my attention to the Son of Sam. If the Trans Am was the bright, loud side of the New York street, the Son of Sam was the shadow that haunted the corners. We're going to take a grim look at the city of New York when it was less of a big apple and more of a bruised peach. It's a dark chapter, my friends, but a necessary one if we're to understand the fever of 1977. Chapter 19. The Son of Sam, a grim look at the city of New York when it was less of a big apple and more of a bruised peach. In the chronicles of human behavior, there is a recurring chapter where a whole population, supposedly civilized, educated, and possessed of enough sense to come in out of the rain, decides to hand over its collective sanity to a single, solitary lunatic. We have seen this happen with kings. We have seen it happen with prophets. And in the year 1977, we saw it happen with a fellow who claimed he was taking his marching orders from a four-legged creature with a tail and a penchant for barking at the moon. I have spent many a night in New York City, and I have always found it to be a place where a man can be whatever he wants to be, provided he doesn't mind being ignored by everyone else while he's doing it. It is a city built on a foundation of indifference. But in the summer of '77, that indifference curdled into a cold, prickly sweat. The Big Apple had developed a worm, and that worm had a .44 caliber bulldog revolver and a very poor sense of neighborly etiquette. They called him the Son of Sam, the metropolis of malice. To understand the atmosphere of that year, you must understand that New York was already teetering on the edge of a total moral and fiscal collapse. The subways looked like the set of a play about the end of the world. The trash was piled high enough to provide a mountaineering challenge for the local rodents, and the aforementioned blackout had proven that the social contract was about as sturdy as a wet paper cigar box. But then came the Son of Sam letters. I have seen some magnificent examples of self-promotion in my time. Politicians who could turn a bribe into a consultation fee, and actors who could turn a wooden performance into a theatrical triumph. But the letters sent to the newspapers by this particular scoundrel were a masterpiece of theatrical lunacy. He wrote with a frantic, sprawling hand, claiming to be a monster and a behemoth, and he signed himself with a flourish that suggested he expected to be invited to a gala in his honor once the shooting was over. The newspapers, most notably the New York Post, which under its new management had developed a thirst for blood that would have shamed a Transylvanian count, responded with a level of glee that was frankly unseemly. They didn't just report the news, they curated the nightmare. They turned the city into a giant open-air theater where everyone was an actor and the price of admission was a persistent, gnawing fear. The theology of the talking dog. Now, we must address the Sam in the Son of Sam. In my long life, I have known many dogs. I have known dogs who were smarter than their owners, dogs who were more loyal than their kin, and dogs who possessed a sense of humor that was almost human. But I have never, in all my wanderings, encountered a dog that was a theological advisor. According to the fellow they eventually arrested, a rather unremarkable pudgy chap named David Berkowitz, he was being commanded to commit his crimes by a neighbor's black Labrador retriever named Harvey, who was, in turn, possessed by the spirit of a 3,000-year-old demon named Sam. I sat in a boarding house and read this account in the morning paper, and I had to put down my coffee for fear of a premature baptism of my waistcoat. My dear fellow, I said to the ghost of my own common sense, if a dog tells you to go out and shoot people, you don't go out and buy a revolver. You go out and buy a muzzle and perhaps a very large bag of those doggy treats that are supposed to calm the nerves. You certainly don't start taking dictation from a creature that spends half its day trying to lick its own shoulder blades. But that is the beauty of the human mind. It can justify any atrocity if it can blame it on a higher, or in this case, a lower authority. Berkowitz didn't want to be a common murderer. He wanted to be an agent of the abyss. It's much more dignified to be a soldier of Satan than it is to be a lonely postal worker with a grudge against the world. The great haircut panic. The most visible sign of the Son of Sam fever was to be found in the barber shops. The rumor had spread, fanned by the frantic breath of the media, that the monster preferred to target young ladies with long, dark hair. Now, New York is a city of fashion, and in 1977, long flowing hair was the style. It was the era of the natural look. But within a week of this rumor taking hold, the streets of Manhattan looked like they had been visited by a giant invisible lawnmower. I saw thousands of young women standing in line at hair salons demanding that their beautiful dark tresses be sheared off. They emerged looking like they were prepared for a stint in the army or a very rigorous convent. They wore wigs, they dyed their hair blonde, and they hid under hats that were large enough to house a family of pigeons. "Why the change, madam?" I asked a young lady who was currently sporting a haircut that made her look like a very startled boy. "Is the heat finally getting to you?" "It's the Sam, sir," she whispered, looking over her shoulder. "He doesn't like blondes. He only likes the long-haired girls. If I look like a poodle, he'll leave me alone." It was a magnificent, tragic display of the irrationality of fear. We think we can hide from the lightning by changing the color of our umbrellas. We think that a madman with a gun follows a logical aesthetic code that can be circumvented with a pair of scissors. It didn't matter that the son of Sam was as unpredictable as a New York taxi driver. The people needed a rule they could follow to feel safe. The media ghoul, the competition for the best headline. The true villain of the piece, aside from the fellow with the gun, was the tabloid press. In 1977, the New York Post and the New York Daily News were engaged in a war of headlines that would have made a circus barker blush with shame. "Beware of Sam!" shouted one. "I am Sam!" shrieked another, quoting a letter. "He likes lice!" I might have misread that one, but it wouldn't have surprised me. They published maps of where the monster might strike next. They interviewed neighbors of the victims who hadn't spoken to them in 10 years, but suddenly remembered that they were angelic and full of life. They turned the tragedy into a soap opera. Every night, the city sat by its television sets watching the 11 o'clock news with a mixture of terror and a very dark kind of entertainment. We had become a city of voyeurs, watching our own demise through the lens of a camera. We were waiting for the next act, the next reveal, as if the lives of our neighbors were nothing more than a script for a police procedural. The mundane reality of the arrest. When the end finally came, it was not with a dramatic shootout or a chase across the rooftops of Brooklyn. It was with a parking ticket. David Berkowitz, the monster of the 44, the behemoth of the Bronx, the son of the demon dog, was caught because he had parked his car too close to a fire hydrant near the scene of his final crime. The New York Police Department, having exhausted every force and hustle in their repertoire, finally discovered that the best way to catch a demon is to check the records of the Department of Traffic. I watched the news of his arrest. There he was, a short, smiling, pudgy man in a wrinkled shirt. He didn't look like a monster. He looked like a man who would struggle to open a jar of pickles. He looked like a man who spent his weekends worrying about his lawn or his stamp collection. And that was the most terrifying part of all. We wanted a devil. We wanted a towering, flaming figure of evil that we could recognize from a mile away. But instead, we got a postal worker. We discovered that the darkness doesn't always come with horns and a tail. Sometimes it comes with a mailbag and a polite smile. The aftermath, the loss of the bogeyman. Once Berkowitz was behind bars, the city breathed a collective sigh of relief, but it was a sigh tinged with a strange kind of disappointment. The show was over. The newspapers had to go back to reporting on the economy and the Mets, both of which were equally depressing, but much less exciting. The girls began to grow their hair back, and the black Labrador retrievers of New York were allowed to bark in peace without being accused of being conduits for the king of hell. But 1977 had been changed. We had learned that a single, mediocre man could hold a metropolis of 8 million people hostage simply by tapping into our capacity for fear. We had learned that we are more than willing to believe in talking dogs if it saves us from the realization that the man next door might just be off his nut. I left New York that autumn, headed for a quieter place where the only thing that barks is a dog that wants a bone, not a soul. "Well," I said to the city as it receded in the distance, "you're a grand place, and no mistake. But I think I'll take the 19th century where a murderer was just a murderer and didn't require a public relations firm and a demon-possessed pet to get his point across. Next, I shall turn my attention to the final chapter of our 1977 excursion, New Year's Eve. We're going to look at a year that began in hope, lived in a cloud of hairspray and fear, and ended in a very loud, very shiny party. It's time to say goodbye to the glittered age, my friends, and see if we can find a way into 1978 without tripping over a disco floor. Chapter 20. New Year's Eve, a final reflection on a year that began in hope and ended in a cloud of hairspray. We have at last reached the terminus of our grand polyester-clad excursion. The year 1977 is, at this very moment, breathing its final ragged gasps, much like a jogger who has attempted a 6-mile trot in a velour tracksuit and realized too late that his heart is a sedentary organ with a firm prejudice against unnecessary movement. It has been a year of such prodigious absurdity and magnificent humbuggery that if I were to describe it to a citizen of the 18th century, he would likely assume I had been hit in the head by a falling anvil or had spent too much time in the company of a French philosopher. I find myself standing at the edge of Times Square in New York City. It is New Year's Eve, a night dedicated to the proposition that if you drink enough cheap champagne and blow into a cardboard horn with sufficient vigor, the universe will somehow forget everything you did in the previous 12 months and give you a clean slate. It is a delightful delusion, and one that the American public clings to with the same desperation that a drowning man clings to a passing log, even if that log is currently covered in glitter and playing a disco record. The architecture of the frozen pilgrimage. To understand New Year's Eve in New York, you must understand the cold. It is a damp, biting, architectural cold that ignores your coat, bypasses your woolens, and goes straight for your morrow, to see if you have any secrets worth freezing. And yet, there are 500,000 people standing in this refrigerator, packed together like upright sardines, waiting for a ball of light to slide down a pole. I watched a young couple standing near a barricade. They were dressed for a gala. He in a white leisure suit that was currently turning a pale shade of blue from the frost, and she in a shimmering dress that possessed the thermal properties of a spiderweb. "Are you enjoying the festivities?" I asked, my own beard currently decorated with a fine fringe of icicles. "It's a once-in-a-lifetime experience, man," the lad chattered, his teeth clicking together with a rhythm that was almost, but not quite, a hustle beat. "We're going to see the ball drop. We're going to be part of history." "My dear fellow," I said, "history is usually composed of events like the signing of treaties or the discovery of new continents. Standing in a blizzard to watch a light bulb fall 30 feet is not history. It is a geographical endurance test. You could achieve the same result by sitting in your own freezer and having a neighbor drop a flashlight past the door." He didn't listen, of course. No one listens on New Year's Eve. They are too busy being authentic and finding themselves in the middle of a crowd of 500,000 strangers who are all trying to find the nearest heated restroom. The great recapitulation. A year in the rear view. As the minutes ticked away toward the inevitable end, I leaned against a lamppost, which was, mercifully, not covered in silver foil for once, and reflected on the ground we have covered. What a spectacle it has been! We began the year by welcoming a peanut farmer to the White House, a man so honest it made the rest of the government break out in a nervous rash. We saw the rise of the pet rock, a creature that offered us the silent companionship of a mineral and the maintenance requirements of a brick. We witnessed the birth of the Star War, a religious event involving golden robots, and a giant walking rug that convinced us that the future of humanity lies in a galaxy far, far away, provided we have enough plastic toys to get there. We survived the blackout, which taught us that when the lights go out, the social contract is immediately traded for a free television and a slightly used sofa. We watched the king of rock and roll leave the building for the final time, only to be replaced by 10,000 impersonators who proved that while Elvis might be dead, his sideburns are eternal. We flew across the ocean in the Concorde, arriving in London before we had even finished our breakfast in New York, only to find that the British were busy celebrating a queen who had spent 25 years being a very polite fixed point in a very noisy world. And through it all, there was the disco, that relentless thumping polyester-clad madness that demanded we all point at the ceiling and pretend we knew how to dance. It was the heartbeat of 1977, a mechanical, artificial, and entirely irresistible rhythm that perfectly captured the spirit of the age. It was a year that wanted to be shiny, wanted to be fast, and wanted, above all else, to be noticed. The theology of the resolution. As the countdown approached, I observed the people around me beginning to discuss their New Year's resolutions. This is the final humbug of the year. It is the moment when a man who has spent the last 364 days eating fried peanut butter sandwiches and dancing, the hustle, suddenly decides that, starting tomorrow, he will be a paragon of virtue, a scholar of the classics, and a man who only eats sprouts. I'm going to find my higher self in 78, one woman proclaimed, her breath frosting in the air. No more erroneous zones for me. I'm going to be completely okay. I'm going to give up the leisure suits, her companion added, looking down at his teal-colored trousers with a sudden, shivering regret. I'm going back to denim, real, honest denim. I have always found that a New Year's resolution is like a cheap umbrella. It looks very promising when you buy it. It serves its purpose for about 3 minutes during the first light drizzle of the year, and by the end of the week, it is a twisted wreck of wire and wet fabric discarded in a gutter. A man cannot change his nature simply by changing the date on a calendar. If you are a scoundrel on December 31st, you will be a scoundrel on January 1st, only with a slightly worse headache and a lingering sense of self-reproach. The only way to be okay is to accept the fact that you are not, and never will be, particularly okay, but that you are at least consistent in your failings. The final descent, the ball drops. And then it happened. The giant clock on the building began the final 10 seconds. The crowd reached a fever pitch of vocal exertion. 10, 9, 8. 500,000 voices screamed into the night. It was a primal sound, a roar that drowned out the disco, the static of the CB radios, and the hum of the microwave ovens. 7, 6, 5. I looked up at the ball. It was a glittering sphere, moving slowly down its mast. It looked like a very large, very cold version of the disco ball that had haunted our dreams all year. 4, 3, two! The air was filled with a sudden explosion of confetti. Now, confetti is a magnificent invention. It is essentially the glitter of the common man. It is a way of turning old newspapers and tax documents into a festive blizzard that will be found in your pockets, your shoes, and your soup for the next 6 months. One Happy New Year! The ball reached the bottom. The lights flared. A band began to play Auld Lang Syne, but they played it with a disco beat. Thump, chicka, thump, chicka. Because in 1977, even our nostalgia had to be danceable. People began to kiss one another. Strangers, neighbors, and even a few unsuspecting police officers. They wept, they laughed, and they threw their hats into the air. For one brief, shimmering moment, everyone forgot about inflation, forgot about the Son of Sam, and forgot that they were currently freezing to death in the middle of a street. It was a beautiful, ridiculous, and entirely human moment of collective amnesia. The morning after, the arrival of 1978. As I made my way out of the square, stepping over piles of discarded cardboard horns and mountains of sodden confetti, I felt a sense of quiet relief. We had made it. We had survived the glittered age. 1977 was a year that tried very hard to be the future, but ended up being a very loud, very colorful version of the past. It was a year of transition, a bridge between the earnestness of the 60s and the polished digital world that I suspect is coming next. It was a year that didn't quite know what it wanted to be, so it decided to be everything at once. I walked past a shop window and saw a pet rock sitting in the corner, its cardboard box slightly crushed. It looked back at me with its usual stoic indifference. "Well, friend," I whispered, "you're a 1977 model. Tomorrow, you'll just be a rock again. But don't you worry. You were a star for a minute, and that's more than most of us can say. The sun will rise tomorrow on a new year. There will be new fads, new scandals, and new ways for the human race to make a muddle of things. I suspect there will be more hairspray, more machines that hum, and perhaps another Star War or two. But for now, the noise has stopped. The disco lights are off. The Trans Am is parked. I'm going home to sit in a rocking chair that doesn't require a velour tracksuit to operate. I'm going to read a book that doesn't have a clunk in the middle of the chapter. And I'm going to have a glass of something that was definitely not cooked in a microwave. Goodbye, 1977, I said, tipping my hat to the empty street. You were a magnificent, hilarious, and entirely exhausting humbug. I wouldn't have missed you for the world, but I'm damn glad you're over. I walked off into the darkness, my footsteps echoing on the cold pavement. The glittered age was behind me, and the future, well, the future is just another year waiting to be skewed by a man with a pen and a healthy distrust of anyone wearing a gold chain. Good night, my friends. Keep your chins up, your shirts buttoned, and for heaven's sake, don't let the dog tell you what to do. The end. This has been Mark Twain.